Welcome, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions, Open Topic Talk. This is Uncensored Saturday. Welcome, everyone. It's amazing that a week has flown by this fast, and it happens to be, let's see now. I think it is the second show of June 2024. Before you know it, the first day of summer, the summer solstice, will be here at the end of this month. And I don't know if it's going to be hot fun in the summertime. It might just be the lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer. But we shall see what the summer of 2024 brings us. Maybe it will bring us a more severe global warming, climate change. I know that the Great Doomsday Glacier in western Antarctica, which is the size of the state of Florida, is starting to crack and break up. And if it breaks off of Antarctica, we're going to be in trouble. If it breaks off and starts drifting, that it will melt and the sea levels will rise more than they already have. And this is really bad news for the coastal cities. Coastal cities, yeah. Speaking of Florida, I would say Florida would suffer the hardest, the worst, because Florida is a gigantic flat swamp. That's pretty much what it is. When Ponce de Leon went there and the Spaniards, Spanish conquistadors, you know, and I believe the first city in the United States, well, the first city in North America, the oldest city is St. Augustine, Florida. And at that time, all the alligators and poisonous snakes and whatever, and bugaboos, they've been there for millions of years before mankind was ever created, and even before indigenous Native Americans appeared in Florida. So, the greedy American real estate industry started building, trying to make Florida a vacation spot for the snowbirds and a place for people to retire. And it wasn't really meant to be that way, because what they did was they started building over sinkholes, because Florida's a gigantic swamp. And you could purchase your dream condominium or townhouse or even a home, and you got an in-ground pool, and you got your jacuzzi and your barbecue out there, and you're, oh, Florida, Florida, ooh. Then all of a sudden, big sucking sound, whammo. Your family and your dream house gets sucked into a sinkhole, because Florida is a big swamp. And I know I digress, but getting back to the climate change, with global warming, melting the polar ice caps, and in this case, we're talking about the Doomsday Glacier, which is actually called Thwaites. What a stupid name. Thwaites Glacier, Western Australia. I'm sorry, Western Antarctica. Western Antarctica. Okay, it's the size of Florida. If that breaks, you could, Miami, you can kiss your ass goodbye. All the coastal cities of Florida, you might as well turn it into Venice. The streets of Miami, it will look like a gigantic Venice. And people will have to learn how to ride little dinghies with electric motors, and what else? Jet skis instead of cars, right? Or maybe gondolas. I'm telling you, this is serious. I know Republicans are climate change deniers. They don't believe it because they're ass kissers of the fossil fuel industries. They will suck the cock of any corporate CEO. A Republican will pucker up for any fat cat's fat dick. I hate to say it. But I, you know me, I say it anyway. They're climate change deniers because they want to see big oil continue to pour those fluorocarbons into the atmosphere, okay, and destroy the precious wood that makes up the rainforests, which are, trees are the lungs of the planet Earth. You jabronis out there, knucklehead right-wing bastards, some of them a beach. We say hi to Tommy Carroll. Cheers, JPM. Hope you've had a pleasant week. I felt that sucking sensation ever since the behind regime has been in office. Well, listen, Tommy Carroll. If you're in a, if you're financially independent and you're you know you're well off, then you should pay your fair share in taxes, because even if you pay a high tax rate, which you're not, because the Republicans controlling the Congress and the Supreme Court will make sure that your taxification stays the way it is. But um, you're still going to live high on the hog. Even if the rich have to pay the high tax rate that we had before Ronald Reagan, or let's say during Eisenhower, he was the only Republican I ever liked. If you're paying that high tax rate, you're still living high on a hog, like Boss Hog. So you're not going to get any sympathy from me, you jabroni. Hey, my buddy, my brother from another mother, like no other. We should prioritize the glaciers over Florida and repair it like we did the ozone layer. Well, to repair, to stop the glaciers from melting away, we have to stop climate change and global warming. And to do that, we have to crack down on the perpetrators, on fossil fuel industry. We have to stop the fluorocarbons from being poured into the air. We have to stop the destruction of the rainforests, actually all forests. People don't realize how important trees are. They really don't. Tommy Carroll says, correction, Biden regime. Well, Biden is not making rich people pay their fair share in taxes, because Biden is he is a he's a corporatist. He is an establishment moderate Democrat. He polishes the old knob. So you money bags out there, you're still on a taxification, so you don't have to worry. I don't have to throw you the crying towel yet. Hey, Masumi from Japan, from Chiba Prefecture. Good morning, my dear Masumi. It is 9:16 a.m. Sunday in southern Japan. So good morning to you. Tommy Carroll says, JPM, I know you spent a small amount of time with Louisiana Beer Reviews. Did you find him to be a pompous ass? Actually, I spent a lot of time with Mr. Ronald J. Theriot. I was on many Wednesdays when he had, the first Wednesday of the month is Joker's Wild Wednesday. You can bring anything you want. And we were doing, I invented Fandango Friday, so we were doing Fandango Friday for a while. And the reason why I stopped going on is because I don't have the availability in northern New Jersey liquor stores. Even when Drizzly was in business, I didn't have the variety that people have down south. I mean, I wish there was a Total Wine around here, but there's not. But, other states, every department store, every supermarket, gas stations, they all have liquor departments. I just don't have access to the variety, and I refuse to bring the same product on a review show twice. I always, if I have something new, I'll go on. Ronald Theriot happens to be a very good friend of mine. We spent the day and the evening together when he drove up here, and I had a wonderful time with him. And we're very good friends. We just don't talk about politics. We don't talk about politics, and that's it. I have another friend who's a right-wing extremist. The Commodore Jeff Zambello, the guy I do the show on Sunday with. We were very close friends, but we don't discuss politics. And he knows it too. He knows it, and he's fine with it. We talk about other things. We have other things in common. I mean, I love history. Ronald J. Theriot is a retired history professor. You know, okay, I gotta catch up with these. But if somebody is a pompous ass to me, I will become very nasty, regardless how close I am. They will hear the truth. James, peace, love, and happiness. Geordie from Geordie's Den up in Scotland. I read what you put, what you posted on Facebook about the flies. The flies were annoying you. Shoo fly don't bother me, like the hillbilly song. And I posted something funny that cracked me up. Like I said, why do they call flies flies? If so many other creatures, so many other flying creatures fly. Why don't they call them flies? Why did they name the insect? Why did they name the fly a fly since it flies? They called it a fly. But what about other things that fly? You know? Yeah, I'm all right. Hanging in there. I gotta start getting into the topics because I know I'm bantering too much here. James, I don't know what to call my new song. Why don't you call it my new song? Call your new song my new song. Hold on, the levity bell. Call it the new song. Oh, hold on. All right. Now, I am more Republican, but for Biden, because Republicans seem to be a bunch of out-of-touch rich people. Well, they're also sociopaths. They lack empathy and compassion for the little guy. They're selfish. They don't care. If it's not their problem, they don't give a shit. You know, that's why a certain someone is not coming on this show. He's persona non grata. Yeah, call it my new song. Okay, all right, I'm going to have to sink my teeth into the topics. I call it Neon Neptune. You know, the planet Neptune is a very beautiful planet. You ever see the color blue of the planet Neptune? And Uranus is blue also, but Neptune is like a royal or cobalt blue. It is really striking. If you ever see the James Webb Telescope images of Neptune, it's a very pretty planet. No, I was only joking about the name of the song. I need more time to think of something good. I can't. You're very welcome, Asumi. You're very welcome. I hope things are going well. Geordie's Den. I love Ronald, but I don't think he likes me. He's a cool guy. Well, he has a very dry sense of humor. I'm one of the very few people that can crack him up, that can make him laugh. You know, but the thing is, when you gotta grab the bull by the horns with certain people. You know, you can't. It's like if you're dating somebody who, if she's like an obnoxious like control freak and she's trying to control the relationship, you got to put your foot down. You got to put your foot down with male friends too. You can't take any shit, because if you do, they're going to walk all over you, whether it be man or woman. You know, you got to be honest. You got to be an honest person. You got to tell it like it is. Ronnie's No, forget about him. You're thinking of the Ronnie I'm thinking of. No. Insects piss me off. Why do flies exist? Why do mosquitoes exist? They fly and they bother you, but they suck your blood. Now, what I want to know is what's with the gnat? You know, GNAT. It doesn't bite you, it just annoys you, especially if you're all sweaty. What does a gnat eat? What is their purpose in life? The gnat. You'll be right back? All right, no problem. Ding. All right, no problem. Be right back, James, brother. Another brother from another mother, not like no other. Neptune has rings, moons, and a dark spot. It's the best. Maybe the dark spot is like a mole, like a beauty mark. Hope Ronnie can come back. Yeah, no. Not what he pulled on me last week. I've always been fascinated by Neptune. Yeah, you ever see how beautiful it is? All right, listen. Blah 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 blah. I gotta sink my teeth into my topics. I gotta sink them, man. I gotta sink them. Yeah, a mosquito. No, a mosquito. Yeah, a gnat looks like a mosquito, but it's smaller. But they don't bite, like they don't suck blood. All right, that's it. That's enough. All right. I just want everyone to know that the topic of this show will be about mysticism again, like last week, but this time it will emphasize the tarot cards. But that's not now. That's when I'm finished. I will bring the dynamic decenter Damien Owens, and we will sink our piranha teeth into mysticism as in the tarot cards. All right. This fucking thing. Hold on. All right. The first water car is already in reality. 1,000 kilometers of autonomy and the end of gasoline. Well, they also have Toyota has a car that runs on not just hydrogen but ammonia, which is more efficient, and it has clean water vapors as an exhaust. All right, nice looking car. What do you think, Western Mike and Jordy? A water car that puts a date on the end of gasoline. This company has made it happen. The idea of powering a car with water instead of gasoline has long fascinated inventors and environmentalists alike. What if cars could run simply on hydrogen extracted from water? Well, there you go. It's hydrogen, but it's still from water. Um, hey, it smells a hell of a lot better than gas. Gasolina. It would provide clean transportation power by the most abundant substance on Earth, while watered fuel cars have remained mostly at the conceptual stage. A pioneering company called Electric Global is turning the dream into reality. Based in Israel, I don't want to give them any kudos. Uh, well, other countries will listen. The Japanese have been doing it already. Electric Global has developed a proprietary system that efficiently converts water into a fuel to power vehicles. Their technology extracts hydrogen from water and uses it to generate electricity that propels the car. So it is an electric vehicle, but instead of waiting an hour to charge up a battery that will only take you between 200 and 300 miles, the hydrogen will produce the electricity to keep the battery charged. All right. All right, let's see. This leap forward stands to completely transform the auto industry while also benefiting the environment with an estimated 1,000 kilometers range per tank. 1,000 kilometers. Electric's water-based fuel could soon make gasoline obsolete. Good. Yeah, hydrogen combines with oxygen to generate an electric current. That's basically what it is, with absolutely pure, pristine exhaust. We don't have to go. We don't have to go crazy, boring people with long articles. Excuse me. I am drinking my special elixir. Oh, let's see. Open AI, artificial intelligence insider, estimates 70% chance that AI will destroy or catastrophically harm humanity. Interesting. Well, since humanoid robots are becoming more autonomous, you know, and they're able to hold an intelligent conversation right now, and they're becoming more human-like as the years go by. You burn your thumb. How the hell did you do that? You got to be careful, man. You got to focus on what you're doing. Ugh. Make sure you have any you have any ice in the freezer. Go to the freezer and put ice on your thumb right away, immediately, and hold it. Hold it there. Mosquitos. Mosquiti. That's Italian for mosquito, isn't it? Mosquiti. I don't know. I just made it up. All right. Let me get rid of these fucking ads. OpenAI insider estimates 70% chance that AI will destroy or catastrophically harm humanity. The world isn't ready, and we aren't ready. Getting warmer, getting warmer. After former and current OpenAI employees released an open letter claiming they're being silenced against raising safety issues. One of the letter's signees made an even more terrifying prediction that the odds AI will either destroy or catastrophically harm humankind are greater than a coin flip. Well, like I said, once the humanoid robot goes from holding an intelligent conversation, okay, with access to much more data than any human being, once it goes from that to being autonomous and with the ability to think and reason on its own and to reproduce itself, because once the humanoid robot gets to that point and they can reproduce themselves, then they really don't need humans. And that's where the problem lies. So these robotics computer programmer geeks have to be very careful with the way they program these humanoids. You know, these pencil neck geeks have to be very careful. All right, so this one I think. Alpha. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. All these advertisements are pissing me off. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, jelly beans? They're pissing me off. They bombard you. This is capitalism for you. This is what the Republicans love so much. You know what I mean? Jabronis. Quack, quack, quack.
Hey, could you and your friends tidy up here? We have some visitors coming.
Can you please pick up the cup?
Oh yeah, I love that music. Da, 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 da. It's like elevator music, but more, you know, invigorating. More invigorating. This has to do with Trump. Actually, this is the only Trump video I have here to play. Oh man. Oh, you like that background song? Yeah, it does remind me of Austin Powers, doesn't it? Austin Powers music. Da, 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 da. Hold on. All right. It's enough of this tomfoolery here. Da, 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 da. Oh man. All right. Da, 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 da. Here's your buddy.
If you don't like our religion, then we don't want you in our country.
Perhaps the most amusing argument from the Trump camp is that somehow Joe Biden is responsible for all of Donald Trump's troubles.
Make no mistake about it. I'm here because of crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country.
But, you know, maybe Pouty Fugwinkle has a point. Maybe all of Trump's behavior, from his Russian money to Stormy Daniels, from his 2 impeachments to his rape conviction, are all Biden's fault.
4 years to think about the way he performed, now 4 years of President Biden. But some of them will always now have this vision with President Trump that these kinds of dramas and things will be just part of his package, part of what comes with him as president.
It's called extortion. Extortion is something that happens with people when they're powerful, when they are strong-voiced, and when people listen to them. It is a natural consequence of being a very effective human being in this.
Don't they remind you of hens in a hen house?
Unfortunate culture that we have. It is litigious. That is what America has become. And Joe Biden, unfortunately, can't really do anything in office, so he's got to use the same means as somebody who's just trying to have a quick slip and fall and make money. And that is frankly what we're seeing right now. This is exactly a Biden show because he's got to distract the American people. Listen,
But the Biden administration's not responsible for this trial.
how can you say the Biden administration is not responsible?
It's a state trial. It's Alvin Bragg. Whether you think there's a
His wig, Jordy, it looks like roadkill on top of his head. Are you kidding me? I just said what these women were saying.
political motive for him. It's not connected to the DOJ. I mean,
Shannon,
the feds passed on these election charges.
Shannon, you should look at how many logs they have of state officials, Letitia James, Fannie Willis, visiting the White House, and then tell me that this is not a Biden trial. I don't
Feds
care.
pass on this case is the point I'm
You're
making.
right. The feds passed on this case. Also, DA Cy Vance passed on this case. And
Years
frankly,
ago, and then it came back.
He's guilty as charged of more felonies than Stormy Daniels did fellatio. More felonies than fellatio.
And Bragg passed on this case. You know when it came back? When he decided to run for office. So tell me how that's not an indication that Joe Biden, who just sent his campaign down here with Robert De Niro yesterday, isn't a part of this. Frankly, any question that we had of that was squashed yesterday. And if you have even more concerns about whether he's involved in this, look at the fact that he is publicizing, literally publicizing for tonight to have a speech if a verdict comes out. That's a sad state of affairs. Meanwhile, our country is falling apart. He's got bigger fish to fry.
I'm no shrink, but that is some kind of transference psychology. Trump is his own creation, and everything he faces in court can't be Joe.
Let's say a very different Joe Biden. I might call him Jacked Up Joe.
I mean, I know they have Biden on the same drug cocktail that the Incredible Hulk was on.
If your knees touch while you're sleeping on your side, watch this closely. You're putting too much pressure on your sciatica nerve.
Recent studies have
Stop, little man! But how can Biden be a doddering, senile old man who can't find his way out of a room, but also be the mastermind behind all of Trump's troubles? But you know the answer, right? Trump is like that dog you leave at home and return, and everything in your house looks like the backseat of Steve Bannon's car. And for what it's worth, the federal cases had grand juries, a couple dozen people who don't look anything like Joe Biden, who handed down the indictments based on facts before them, or state crimes that the federal government has no say whatsoever. But that doesn't stop the whiny little bitches in the Trump camp, from Crazy Jr.
The Inflation Reduction of Violence of January 6th. I hope Trump comes.
I'm gonna punch him out. This is my moment. I've been waiting for this.
To Caucasian Eric.
And I cannot wait for the day that we...
What a dork! What a couple dorky weenies they are. They are. Hey, talk about dorks. They're the ultimate.
Win, we will, we're right. The entire country knows this is nonsense.
What the hell did you just say?
We win, we will, we're right.
To his lawyers and the right-wing flank in Congress and on Fox.
We win, we will, we're white. What a horse's ass.
To listen to them, Trump hasn't done anything wrong in his entire life.
I've said from day one, this is a political stunt.
Attacking Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg over the unprecedented indictment of a former president on criminal charges.
I have zero trust that this will play out fairly.
Mr. President!
Though that didn't stop one congressman to claim the prosecutor could have indicted the ham sandwiches he was handing out on Capitol Hill.
So I know how to spot a pile of garbage, and this thing looks like a pile of garbage.
Even without... Those sandwiches are a pile of garbage. You see that white bread? Ugh. What trash.
Seeing the evidence, you're certain he's innocent.
I'm not certain of anything except this. This is the first time in the history of the country we've indicted a president. And the fact that, he's just now announced and they rolled this thing out.
Somebody from Alabama a state that outlaws sex toys. It's illegal for a woman to purchase a dildo in Alabama. Yeah, so we're gonna pay attention to a politician from Alabama.
Yeah, it smells pretty fishy.
Top Republicans agree, despite not seeing the charges.
Aren't you jumping to conclusions? I mean, he might have broken the law. Does that concern you?
We don't think President Trump broke the law at all.
It's fascinating to see the Republicans deflect blame from Trump. They blame DAs and prosecutors for the timing and the judge for his bias. But of course, they say nothing about Trump appointee Judge Cannon and her delay of the document case, which effectively means Trump won't face a trial before the election, and the not-so-Supreme Court's delay while they consider whether or not Trump should have immunity to shoot political opponents.
Order someone to assassinate him. Is that within his official acts for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
And the latest, where Judge Alito and his wife displayed solidarity with the insurrection, and Clarence Thomas's wife, a former cult member who was there on January the 6th. That might have been her right there.
That is crazy.
But here's the crazy part. Every time Trump's tribe defends him, they make Trump look worse, especially when it came to defense witnesses in the trial. While the defense attacked Cohen and made some salient points about his past, their witnesses made Cohen look like Mother Teresa.
The contrast with Michael Cohen, I think, is going to be really good for the prosecution, because there are things that Costello is sort of denying and making Susan Hoffinger, the ADA, sort of have to work for, which are clearly the case. Like, didn't you think this would be something where you would now be aligned with President Trump and Rudy Giuliani, and this would be good for you because of, like, they're in high places? No. I mean, it's like, come on. I mean, so I just think that and his behavior with the judge, I mean, this is just not how respectable lawyers behave, or at least that's what the jury could find at the end of this. Whereas you had Michael Cohen really just, it's sort of an exemplary performance.
And Fox has shown since January the 6th that they will shill for Trump at every turn, as they did when they pushed the stolen election BS and then the insurrection. It's so transparent that it's almost funny. And of course, the Smartmatic BS lie that cost them nearly $1 billion. But here's the point of all of this. Trump's allies on Fox, in Congress, and his single-digit IQ crowds are dangerous. Trump's followers are a disenfranchised lot, like cult members who aren't allowed to hear anything that threatens the cult. Even family members drink the Kool-Aid, believing there's a conspiracy behind all of Trump's problems.
I have zero confidence in the fact that this person, who should not be sitting on the bench right now, will do the right thing and give jury instructions that are in an appropriate manner without any persuasion towards the prosecution. There's my biggest concern. It always has been. So now you've held jurors for 5 weeks. We've been sitting here. We saw no facts. And the last resort for the prosecution is going to be this judge with political motivations going to give them instructions on how to decide the fate of a former president and the future president.
What's happening here is Fox and Republicans are presenting two very distinct yet insane arguments. First, they will deny every act that Trump has done as either something guys do in a locker room or as something that the media has lied about, like the Russians in the 2016 election, when every intelligence agency in the U.S. and England and France all agreed that Russia not only hacked the DNC emails, they began a campaign of disinformation on Facebook. The Republicans then denied it happened, except when Trump asked Russians to do it again.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
But the denial of who Trump really is the poison here.
Extortion is something that happens with people when they are powerful, when they are strong-voiced, and when people listen to them. It is a natural consequence of being a very effective human being in this unfortunate culture that...
I have to stop right there. A very effective human being? Pah! Trump is barely a human being. He defrauded a children's cancer charity. He cheated on his wife after the birth of their son with an adult film star. He bragged about sexually assaulting women, and he has turned on no fewer than a dozen former aides and allies and friends, calling them scum and crooked. I used to argue with Republicans during Reagan's tenure, but how could I have known where we were headed? If I made a list of Trump's accomplishments while president, I'd be done before I finished this sentence. Trump has caused permanent damage to the psyche of not just Americans, but the world. Trust in each other has become the new cryptocurrency. Here 1 minute, gone the next. And the irony is the GOP, who called us snowflakes, are now the weak-kneed little boys currying favor from this sagging ball sack. Regardless of the verdict, justice will find Trump, and it will deliver what he has coming. Either in a courtroom or in one of his cholesterol-filled fatty vessels, fruitlessly looking for a heart. He didn't have one then, and he doesn't have one now.
I want to be a dictator.
This isn't their Republican Party anymore. Am I wrong?
Damn
You're in a lot of trouble, Donnie.
I'm Chip Franklin.
Well, I like this guy. He's really right on the money. You know, we'll do a little Robert Reich. Let's see how much time we have. To do how many Robert Reichs we can do. I always like hearing from Robert Reich. Okay.
Have you heard this lie? Economics is an objective science that has nothing to do with politics or morality. Bunk. If you really want to understand the economy, you have to understand politics and also morality. They're treated as separate fields, separate disciplines. Each has its own experts and specialists, but the three are completely intertwined. In fact, through most of the 1800s, the field of study that we call economics was called political economy. People who studied it saw that the two fields were the same. Adam Smith, the Scotsman who wrote The Wealth of Nations in 1776, is considered the father of economics, especially by conservatives. But he never called himself an economist. He called himself a moral philosopher. Why? Because he was really interested in the meaning of a good society. That's what it's all about, or should be all about. What sort of society do we want? These are basically moral questions. A society has the ability to make its own rules and determine how much inequality is acceptable, how much poverty. Is slavery acceptable? Is it okay for young children to have to work? Should there be a minimum wage? Is it okay for an adult who works 40 hours a week or more to earn so little that her family is impoverished? Is it okay for children of the super wealthy to inherit so much wealth they never have to work a day in their lives? When we talk about morality, we can't avoid the issue of power. How much power should the wealthy have? Is it okay for a corporation to monopolize a market? Is it okay for workers to join together to form a labor union? In the late 19th century, economists began to de-emphasize politics and morals. They started treating economics as more of a science and less of a philosophical study that took into account morality. Alfred Marshall's monumental work, Principles of Economics, established economics as its own science in 1890. But economics, politics, and morality cannot be separated. We need to see the moral underpinnings of economics.
Come on. Okay. Let's see. We're not doing too bad on time. Oh, please. Ready. Right away, please. Instead of waiting for me. Okay, let's see how many Robert Reichs we can get through here.
Do billionaires have a right to exist?
No.
America has driven more than 650 species to extinction, and it should do the same with billionaires. Billionaires claim they deserve their riches, but let's face it, there are only 5 ways to become a billionaire, and they're all bad. Number 1, exploit a monopoly. Jamie Dimon is worth $2 billion today, but not because he succeeded in the free market. In 2008, the government bailed out his bank, JP Morgan Chase, and a handful of other giant Wall Street banks, keeping them off the endangered species list because they were too big to fail. Effectively, a monopoly. Consider another giant enterprise, Amazon. Does Jeff Bezos really deserve his billions for building Amazon? No, because Amazon is essentially a monopoly. It's even been charged by the federal government and 17 states for inflating prices, overcharging sellers, and stifling competition like a predator in the wild. With better anti-monopoly enforcement, Bezos would be worth far less.
Yeah, that's why Jeff Bezos looks like Dr. Evil, except his head is more like a dildo.
Number 2, exploit inside information. Stephen A. Cohen, worth roughly $20 billion, headed a hedge fund charged by the Justice Department with insider trading on a scale without known precedent. Another innovator. Taming insider trading would level the investing field between the C-suite and Main Street. Number 3, buy off politicians. That's a great way to become a billionaire. The Koch family and Koch Industries saved roughly $1 billion a year from the Trump tax cut they and allies spent $20 million lobbying for. What a return on investment. If we had tougher lobbying laws, political corruption would go extinct. Number 4, defraud investors.
You know, there's a verse in the Bible that says, "He that makes haste to be rich shall not be innocent." Think about it.
Adam Newman is accused of conning investors out of hundreds of millions for WeWork, an office-sharing startup. WeWork didn't make a nickel of profit, but Newman still funded his extravagant lifestyle, including a $60 million private jet. Elizabeth Holmes was convicted of fraud for her blood testing company, Theranos. So was Sam Bankman-Fried of crypto exchange FTX. Remember a supposed billionaire named Donald Trump? He was also found to have committed fraud. Presumably, if we had tougher anti-fraud laws, more would be caught and there'd be fewer billionaires to preserve. Number 5, get money from rich relatives. About 60% of all wealth in America today is inherited. That's because loopholes in U.S. tax law, lobbied for by the wealthy, allow rich families to avoid taxes on assets they inherit. And the estate tax has been so defanged that fewer than 0.2% of estates have paid it in recent years.
Yeah, and all these morons, all these MAGA Trumpanzees, and idiots that are not even wealthy that vote Republican, they're all bitching and crying, oh, it's not fair that the rich that worked hard for their money have to pay high taxes. It's not fair. You idiot. You people pay more in taxes than the rich. The middle class has the tax burden thanks to Ronald Reagan. So what kind of bullshit are they spewing? Who worked for their money? You saw it, 60% inherited it. And their money makes money because of investments. They don't do shit.
Tax reform would disrupt the circle of life for the rich, stopping them from automatically becoming billionaires at their birth or someone else's death. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing against big rewards for entrepreneurs and inventors. But do today's entrepreneurs really need billions of dollars? I mean, couldn't they survive on a measly 100 million? Because they're now using those billions to erode American institutions. They spent fortunes bringing Supreme Court justices with them into the wild. They treated news organizations and social media platforms like prey, and they turned their relationships with politicians into patronage troughs. This has created an America where fewer than ever can become millionaires or even thousandaires through hard work and actual innovation. If capitalism were working properly, billionaires would have gone the way of the dodo.
Yeah, except the dodo. The dodos are the American voters, unfortunately. All right. I might be able to knock these off. The dodo. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. We got two, including this one. After this one, we got one more. Robert Reich. Okay.
The Supreme Court is off the rails. And it's only going to get worse unless we fight to reform it. Public trust and approval of the court have hit historic lows due to seemingly partisan decisions and a growing number of ethics scandals. Here are three key reforms Congress should enact to restore legitimacy to our nation's highest court. Number one, establish a code of ethics. Every other federal judge has to sign on to a code of ethics, except for Supreme Court justices. This makes no sense. Judges on the highest court should be held to the highest ethical standards. Congress should impose a code of ethics on Supreme Court justices. At the very least, any ethical code should ban justices from receiving personal gifts from political donors and anyone with business before the court. Clarify when justices with conflicts of interest should remove themselves from cases, prohibit justices from trading individual stocks, and establish a formal process for investigating misconduct. Number two, enact term limits. Article 3 of the Constitution says judges may hold their office during good behavior, but it does not explicitly give Supreme Court justices lifetime tenure on the highest court, even though that's become the norm. Term limits would prevent unelected justices from accumulating too much power over the course of their tenure, and would help diffuse what has become an increasingly divisive confirmation process. Congress should limit Supreme Court terms to 18 years, after which justices move to lower courts. Number three, expand the court. The Constitution does not limit the Supreme Court to 9 justices. In fact, Congress has changed the size of the court 7 times. It should do so again in order to remedy the extreme imbalance of today's Supreme Court. Now, some may decry this as radical court packing. That's pure rubbish. The real court packing occurred when Senate Republicans refused to even consider a Democratic nominee to the Supreme Court on the fake pretext that it was too close to the 2016 election, but then confirmed a Republican nominee just days before the 2020 election. Rather than allow Republicans to continue exploiting the system, expanding the Supreme Court would actually unpack the court. This isn't radical. It's essential. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Making these reforms happen won't be easy. We're up against big, moneyed interests who will fight to keep their control of the nation's most important court. But these key reforms have significant support from the American people who have lost trust in the court. The The Supreme Court has no real power to enforce its judgments. It has no army. It has no control over spending. Its power comes from only one source, the trust of the people. With neither the sword nor the purse, trust is all it has.
Oh, why do the people tolerate it? Because they're imbeciles. The American voter is an imbecile. That's why. Okay, here's the last one. They are bona fide imbeciles. All right. All right, let me get this last one out of the way. They're absolute imbeciles. There's no doubt in my mind. That's why they keep voting for the corrupt two-party system. And they don't insist that the third party or an independent progressive candidate be allowed on the televised debates and be on every ballot in all 50 states. All right? Because the American voter has a right to all options.
Republicans don't seem to care that Ronald Reagan once starred in a film that featured a prominent drag scene, or that Rudy Giuliani did a skit in drag with Donald Trump. Suddenly, they're trying to ban or restrict drag performances in at least 15 states, with bills so broadly worded that advocates warn they could be used not only to prosecute drag performers, but also transgender people who dare to simply exist in public. These bans are part of a cynical campaign to demonize the LGBTQ community. MAGA politicians are stoking fear over imaginary dangers to distract from how their policies only help themselves and their wealthy donors. In the first half of 2023 alone, Republicans across the nation introduced a record number of bills to strip away freedoms and civil rights from LGBTQ Americans, largely targeting transgender and gender non-conforming people. By banning gender-affirming care for minors, GOP lawmakers are effectively practicing medicine without a license, overruling the guidance of doctors, the American Medical Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. And they're lying about what gender-affirming care even is.
They're literally chopping off the private parts of young kids.
Wait. Genital surgery is rarely, if ever, done under the age of 18. It's not even all that common for adults. DeSantis is lying about it to scare people. And the Republican presidential frontrunner has made it clear that trans people have no place in his vision of America.
I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth.
MAGA lawmakers and pundits falsely claim trans people and drag performers are a danger to children and the public at large, when there is no evidence at all to support that. None. Trans people are in fact 4 times more likely to be the victims of violent crime. These scare tactics are dangerous. Recent analysis found a 70% increase in hate crimes against LGBTQ Americans between 2020 and 2021, as the surge of these bills began. And that's only counting the hate crimes that were reported. 2020 and 2021 each set a new record for the number of trans people murdered in America. The cruelest irony is that these Republican bills pretending to protect children actually put some of the most vulnerable children at greater risk. LGBTQ kids are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide, especially transgender children. Gender-affirming care reduces that risk. That's why it's life-saving. Don't say gay laws strip away potentially life-saving support. A teacher discussing sexual orientation and gender identity won't turn a straight kid gay, but it will make an LGBTQ student 23% less likely to attempt suicide. The tragic truth is that don't say gay laws and healthcare bans will cause more young lives to be needlessly lost. If Republicans really cared about protecting kids, they'd focus on gun violence, now the leading cause of death for American children. If they were really worried about children undergoing life-altering medical procedures, they wouldn't pass abortion bans that force teens to give birth or risk back alley procedures. What the GOP's vendetta against the LGBTQ community really is a classic authoritarian tactic to vilify already marginalized people. They're trying to stoke so much paranoia and hatred that we don't notice how they're consolidating power and wealth into the hands of a ruling few. We need to see this attack on LGBTQ Americans for what it is: a threat to all of our human rights.
Okay. All right. That's it for the serious topics of Uncensored Saturday, Open Topic Talk. And let me, I already sent the links out. Tommy Carroll, I think, is going bye-bye. Thanks, JPM, for your content. Have a blessed week. Yeah, it's been hot and humid here. You too. Enjoy your Sunday. I won't be doing the Sunday show because I need a break. All right. I'll be going to the all-you-can-eat sushi place tomorrow and go to the park, the walkway along the Hudson River by the marina. It gets very busy on a Sunday, and I just need a break. And then, of course, July 4th weekend, I'll be away. She's sick. Ay, ay, ay. Well, the psychic medium, the psychic physical medium and Reiki master is sick again for the second time. Ugh. It's the second week in a row she's sick. Yeah. Oh boy, what are you gonna do? Okay, so the dynamic decenter Damian Owens will be coming on. And then we will commence with the second half of this Uncensored Saturday Open Topic Talk show with mysticism again. And this time it is about tarot cards. We will delve into tarot cards. Let me hold on. I forgot one thing. Oh. Jeez. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Okay, while I wait for dynamic Damian Owens. Ugh. Yeesh. Oh man. Oh, the pollen count must be high because my eyes have been irritated for like every day now. Okay, so we are live streaming on YouTube and Twitter, and anyone out there that has any questions or topics they want to bring up, no matter what they are, as long as they're not negative and bad for the show. Well, they could be negative, but as long as you don't say anything stupid, like a troll would, you know. It could be negative. I'm sorry. It could be as negative as you want, as long as it's based on reality. You know, something's bothering you, something's going on in your life. You have any questions pertaining to a certain topic, feel free to ask. Or if it's a personal story that where you feel you need to unload, let off steam and vent, feel free to come on the show and vent. Regardless what it is, no matter if it involves the universe, the earth, the country, United States, international issues, personal issues, dating, marriage, sex, anything you want to talk about. While we wait for dynamic decentered Damian Owens. Hey, Gunner's here. Gunner Lindblom. Gunner Lindblom is 2 Alpha. Hey, brah, where is the dude from Chicago that's dating the Virgin? He's with the Virgin. He's still working on her. Jeez, I don't know how much longer he's gonna work on her, but she's middle-aged, you know. But last time I told him privately about not rushing into any relationship, he got defensive and he says, "She's my girl. She's my girl. She's my girl." I says, "She's your girl already?" "No, don't worry about it. All right, she's my girl. Don't worry about it. I got it all under control. She's my girl. My girl, talking about my girl." Who was that? The Four Tops, the Temptations. Who was that? Listen, you're an alpha, right? You might even be a sigma too. I'm a sigma with a touch of alpha when I have to be. When you give too much attention to a female, you're validating them, and that blows their ego to high heavens. Not good. Not good. Then that's when they start taking control of the relationship. There he is. Okay.
Yes, here I am.
Now,
so
you have a fork, which means you're going to stab somebody in the forehead like Abdullah the Butcher. He was a wrestler.
no, that's the interesting story for tonight.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I was doing a triple delivery tonight, and it was a Uber Eats order that had 2 stacked orders that were going to the same place, and then a DoorDash order. Well, I had dropped off my 2 Uber Eats orders, and when I was en route to drop off the DoorDash one, he canceled, so I got full pay plus all this food. So tonight's dinner.
Days are here again. Okay.
So tonight's dinner, Wingstop. It's kind of like Buffalo Wild Wings, but looks like the wings I have. It looks like it's their new hot honey rub and garlic parmesan with a basket of fries. So I'll take it.
But I'm sure it's tasty.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's try one of the hot honey ones. This is their hot honey rub. So let's see.
Oh, it's boneless.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's why you had a fork. Because I was gonna say, if you're gonna handle your tarot cards, you don't want chicken grease all over your fingers.
Right.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is one of the perks of being a door dasher. I mean, sometimes you hit the jackpot,
Yeah. So those taste pretty good. Have a nice sweet heat, little kick to it. I think they use cayenne pepper because I feel it here in the back of the throat. So on my scale, these would be about a 2.5 out of 10 to most people. They would consider that like a 4 or 5. But let's try one of the garlic parmesan ones.
Oh. Now, is that pressed chicken roll or is that actual chicken breast?
I think it's chicken breast because look how thick they are.
Yeah, that's not chicken roll. That's not a McNugget. That's a breast.
So I gotta say, these garlic parmesan, pretty good. No heat or kick, but very flavorful.
That's why he's not here, because you know how many times I told him don't come on the show drunk because he's very confrontational when he drinks. Not when he smokes, not when he smokes pot. He's very mellow, but when he drinks, he starts fights. He insults people, and he was very disruptive. And I told him don't come on the show drunk. He doesn't listen to me, and that's why the guy from Florida is not here. Okay, I don't know how many times I have to tell him. I mean, he's thick-headed, like Paul. Like Paul Anthony Mantia, I tell him certain things, he don't listen. All right, Gunner, he knows. Western Mike, if he's not drunk, he's cool. Yeah, well, if that's a big word. If he's not drunk, he's cool.
Let's see. I think I'm gonna try one of these hot honey ones with some ranch. See how they taste with ranch.
Yeah, it's either his way or the highway. So far you tasted 2, and the one you have left is ranch.
Well, I'm just trying it with ranch to see just how well it tastes. I think this is a creamy buttermilk ranch. Yeah, it's homemade probably. Let's see. Hold on.
Oh, it's a good ranch. It's not crap ranch.
Yeah, so let's see here. Let's try one of the hot honey ones with the ranch.
I got the white German bratwurst waiting for me. I already had one with a big potato with sour cream. I already had that. I got another one when the show's over, so it's not bad. But I'm happy for you that you lucked out with this. But you need your strength, with once your mind starts going, once your third eye opens up, you need sustenance. Maybe the guy needs some Alcoholics Anonymous. Yeah, I have a relative that had to go to AA, and but guess what? It didn't help him. Didn't help him. He went right back to mixing booze and tranquilizers and passing out and blah 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 blah. I mean, how many times does a humanoid have to hit rock bottom before they finally come to the realization that they have a problem that needs to be fixed? I mean, what are they going to do? Wait until it's too late? Until they assume room temperature? Yeah. Well, he's enjoying his real chicken breast. No, you know what he was drinking? He was drinking this Bear Hug IPA. I think it was like almost 9% ABV. And that's what he's drinking now. Every time he came on the show drunk, causing trouble, he showed the Bear Hug IPA Imperial 8 point. You might as well round it off to 9% ABV, and that's that. He can't handle alcohol. That's it, plain and simple.
Yeah, I tried Rising Ranch, and they're pretty good.
So you dipped the fries. The fries are already seasoned?
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure what seasoning they put on it, but it is delicious.
Yeah, well, potatoes should be seasoned. I mean, potatoes do have flavor, but, not as bad as tofu, but, it's good to put something on it, at least some sea salt, or, what I use, the Himalayan pink salt. You gotta do something with it.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they put on it, but I do like it. But I gotta say, after eating those hot honey ones, I gotta bump up my rating a little bit on the hotness scale. To me, I would consider that more like a 3.5 out of 10. Most people consider that like a 5 or a 6. They have a little kick to them.
Finishing up my elixir. Yeah, Jordy was here, but he said he was drunk and stoned, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it seems like, and he's always either drunk or stoned.
Both. Well, I don't know. Let me show you well, I got 2 cards to show you. I have to break the cherry on the Spaniard playing cards that I got for $1 in a dollar store. And all right. The Marseille deck. What's this one? Valet of Swords. So, they're colorful. Oh, here's the Ace of Wands. They're pretty. Let me find a major arcana that's, I guess the stars. Okay. Let's see. Ace of Pentacles. Let me get some elaborate major arcana. Amunamu, I think. Is it the Lovers?
Yes, that's the Lovers.
Lovers. Let's see. Oh, it's interesting. Hold on. The Tower.
Yeah, you'll notice it's not called the Tower. It's something different.
And that's on. Wait.
So yeah, yours is in French. Mine's in English.
Oh. It's usually a happy card. The World, Le Monde. Le Monde. I mean, get to recognize them. You know, this has a lot of negative meaning to it. Deceit is one of them. The Moon. All right, deceit is one of the meanings.
It depends with the Moon. It can be deceit, or it can be deceit that's been shown, or that is now being illuminated.
What do they call this? The magician or the juggler or the magician, right?
Yeah, that's magician.
But okay. Yeah, I mean, once you use the tarot often, you get to recognize them immediately. You know, strength, le force, strength.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though it doesn't, it's more like a poodle than a lion. But and that's it. Let me get the infamous card that does not necessarily mean what people think it means. La Morte.
Yep, that's the death card.
Yeah. But it's not like written in stone that someone's going to die. You know, it depends on what's around it. Chariot. And, yeah. Le Pendu. Was this the Fool? Or the Hangman? No, I'm sorry, the Hangman. Le Pendu, I think it's the Hangman. This always interests me. The Judgment card. Le Judgment.
Yep, that's the card. And I peel back the paper. Apparently, there's more wings down in here. They got 3 flavors. Let's see, what flavor is this? I did not expect there to be this many. I thought they only got 2 flavors, but apparently they got 15 wings rather than just 10 wings. What's this flavor?
If you're full, you know, you can always refrigerate it, but I would hide it somewhere otherwise.
Let's see. I'll at least just try one of these. But yeah, I did not expect there to be 3 flavors in this box. Because I was noticing when I was getting ready to put it back down in the if I can think, put it down in the paper bag that it was in, just put it back in the fridge. I was thinking, wait, this is a little too heavy for this to be just still in styrofoam. But it smells like this is lemon pepper. Is it? It is lemon pepper.
It is lemon pepper. Oh, lemon pepper is a good combo.
Mm.
Sears. I haven't seen a Sears in Roebuck. I haven't seen a Sears in many years.
We had a Sears.
We don't have them anymore. Not by me.
We had. I put the emphasis on the word had a Sears at the Bristol Mall. The Bristol Mall is no longer there, but it was just right up the road from the Tennessee line. It was still on the Virginia side, but if you went literally just a quarter of a mile down the road to the intersection, you crossed over into Tennessee.
Yeah, I used to like Sears Craftsman products because they're under warranty. Yeah, Sears Craftsman are. That was like a separate. It was almost like a separate store, that department that had the tools and the Sears Craftsman products, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was.
I liked it. I liked Sears, but, you know, they went belly up, and even the Sears Tower in Chicago was sold. Now it's called the Willis Building. What a name.
Yeah, I think we're just going to pour my ranch over my fries. So I'm not fooling with the ranch cup. There we go. That should be good.
Well, you liked it, so you might as well empty it.
Let's see. There's another cup of ranch, so I'll save that for later.
Well, you got a
put
nice
this up.
Saturday night snack. You don't like it? What's the matter, Gunnar? You don't like Sears Craftsman? You call it Craftsman. Craftsman? You don't like it?
There we go. I'll go ahead and just prop that up on that.
They gotta be good quality products if they have such a long warranty.
There we go. That way I got everything adjusted while I eat on some of these fries.
Yeah. You have a folk? Oh, there you go. Like no folk, Virginia. Okay. The Ace of Cups. Right? I'll just show a few more. That's all. The Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting card. And the last one is Le Soleil, the sun.
Yeah, but the one thing you'll notice is look at how it's numbered. It doesn't use the proper Roman numerals on the cards. So instead of being like a 4 being IV, it just uses 4 I's.
Yeah, there should be an I before the V. I mean, that's the maybe they modernized the Roman numerals at one time and decided to use shortcuts. You know,
I think it did,
because that's what I've always known is you put a. Is it a capital I or is it capital I before the V is 4? That's what I've always known. But oh my freaking eyes are itchy like you wouldn't believe.
And then if you put the I after the V, it's a 6.
Yeah, after the V is a 6. A 9 would be an I before the X. I before the X. Oh, I got to put drops in my eyes.
Right. I mean, I looked on a really old antique clock from the 1700s, and it didn't put IV for 4. It put 4 I's as 4.
Well, they did call them the ancient tarot deck of Marseille. So I guess maybe they go back to the times of the Crusades or something. Maybe they go way back.
I'm trying to think, when did the Marseille start? I think it started. That's a good question. Because no one knows the true history of the tarot.
Yeah, I know. Some say Egypt, some say.
You can tell it's got all the influences, but beyond that, nothing really conclusive.
Yeah, like when I first started reading the book that I have, the history of the tarot, it's just it's just theoretical as far as where and when it actually began.
Maybe we'll find out here in the future whenever there's more disclosures about a variety of different things. So I guess it's just a wait and see game at this point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go turn this off right quick. It's making a lot of noise. There we go.
So it was pretty muggy by you, huh?
Yeah. I walked out the door this afternoon. It was bright and sunny, but I think we're gonna get some rain here in the next little bit, or probably tomorrow, because about 6 to 7 it got really cloudy.
Oh, here it goes from super clear to very cloudy. Rain. It goes like it happens really fast. Oh, oh, I needed that. I put those moisturizing lube drops in my eyes. That felt good. Let's see. Western Mike, why are guys so sensitive these days? Whenever I'm pissed off, they are quicker to pounce on it than women because they're bitches. They're man bitches.
Yeah.
Why would they pick on you if you're upset about something? They'll either agree with you or they'll disagree with you. There's no reason to jump on your bust your balls. Damien, what are the huh?
It's just how people are anymore. It's not just guys; women are the same way too.
Yeah, like the drama queens. Well, look at Paul. He's a drama queen. He without a doubt. Damien, what are the fries with? What do you mean, dude?
I just put some ranch on them, but it's just the regular seasoning.
Yeah, they're seasoned fries, but he has this he had a cup of this really good ranch dressing. Not cheap ass fast food ranch, but a good ranch. And he just
like a homemade creamy buttermilk ranch.
Yeah, and he just decided, hey, this is good. He just poured the whole thing on fries. Sears is defunct. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, it's been defunct for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know why Gunnar asked me if I shop at Sears. And then he says Sears is crap.
I think the last time I shopped at Sears was, oh man, when was it? I want to say like 12 years ago, back in 2012. It's been that long.
You know, Sears sold clothes, and it reminded me of Kmart clothes, and I never bought anything. The only thing I ever got, honestly, at Kmart was their $10 jeans were a good buy. I used to get the relaxed fit because the skinny ass jeans would crush my balls,
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were too tight. So I get the Relax Fit, and then also Walmart has. I mean, at that time they were $10. They have a $10 jeans, Relax Fit. They're not bad. They fit. Hey, you got to put them through the wash a few times to soften them up, but they were good.
Mm-hmm.
I had no problem with it. I mean, any of the Levi's or Wranglers, if I have any, they were all gifts from girls I dated, because women think because it's a nationally advertised product and it costs more, then it must be better.
Yep.
And they would scoff and laugh at a man that says, "Well, I get my jeans at Walmart for $10." Well, who the fuck cares? They look nice. They're denim. It's not fake denim. It's real denim.
Right.
And you get the right size, and if it fits you, and they stay on your ass, then who cares?
Right. I'm just trying to think. Where did we have a Kmart? We had a big Kmart in Abingdon. Yeah. And one of the back plazas, there was a big Kmart. And they also had a, what was it called? It wasn't an FYE. It was something else. But it was a really nice music shop. What was it called?
That's true, Mike. It's the Willis Tower now. Yeah. What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, yeah. So we had a big Kmart in that plaza. And then a few stores down, they had, and I don't know why they called it this, but it was called Sonic Records. It was called a Sonic Record store. Not to be confused from the Sonic restaurant, but it was called Sonic Records. And when you walked in, they had a huge selection. They had CDs, cassettes, vinyls. I think they even sold some collectible 8-tracks as well.
I remember the record store. I remember Sam Goody, and I remember all the big chains of record stores and places where you had to rent your VHS tapes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the VHS tape, and the adult section had a curtain in front of it. It was all the way in the back of the store with the curtain.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking, well, what's going on back here? This is a peep show, or is this a
Yeah.
it was
Yeah, we had one of those as well.
But there were VHS and before the CDs came out, and well, now everybody's got the Amazon Prime movies and Netflix, and it's progress. But oh, you know what I used to buy at Kmart? They had nice long sleeve denim work shirts. Their brand name was Route 66.
Oh yeah, I know about those.
Route 66 on the label, the brand from Kmart, and they were nice. I still have two of them. The denim long sleeve shirts. They're very good in when the weather's chilly. And they match your jeans, and they're denim. What the heck? Now Dickies that's the shirt my brother-in-law got me. The short sleeve Tony Soprano shirt. Because he wears them because they're good to keep his 10 millimeter hidden.
Right.
You don't have to tuck them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're non-tuck.
Yeah, when I told you about when we were having the discussion about the 10 millimeter, so the most of the either target loads or self-defense loads that you get, they don't put them at full capacity. So a lot of the 10 millimeter that you buy is underpowered.
Unless he got his through one of his connections. I don't know.
So you want to get a 10 millimeter plus P hollow point for a really good self-defense load, but doing a side-by-side comparison between the 10 millimeter and the 45, yeah, the 10 millimeter is going to have more velocity behind it because it's a 41 caliber bullet, and then of course 45 is 45 ACP, and you have 45 Colt. And then there's another 45 that's a specialty ammo. I think it's called 45 Gap. I'm not sure what the Gap is supposed to stand for, but yeah, the 10 millimeter is going to it's going to have more velocity behind the round, but just the sheer weight of the bullet is going to go more for the 45. So recoil wise, the 10 millimeter can get a little snappy because a shortened down 10 millimeter is 40 Smith and Wesson. Because when the 10 millimeter came out in the early 80s, a lot of people that were shooting the 10 millimeter because the 9 millimeter just kept underperforming according to them, they kept complaining, oh, the recoil's too snappy. But when they came out with the 40 Smith & Wesson, they changed it from a 41 down to a 40. They lowered the grain size and they lowered the charge behind it, and the 40 Smith & Wesson. But the 45, it doesn't have as much charge behind it, so not as much velocity. It's just a huge chunk of lead going down range. So in a self-defense situation, really both are going to be okay, acceptable rounds. But if you're not used to recoil, then I would not go with a 10 or a 45, because if you want to manage that recoil in a 45, don't get a polymer frame gun like a Glock or a SIG. Go with an all-metal 1911.
Well, his 10 millimeter had hollow points, but it wasn't lead. It was this new material.
Yeah, there's a lot of specialty self-defense loads that are out there.
Yeah.
But traditionally, self-defense is more for hollow point. Now, the reason why you want a hollow point for self-defense and also home defense as compared to a traditional FMJ round is an FMJ is designed to go through maximum penetration. So it can penetrate through body armor, it can penetrate through cotton, linen, denim, and it can create a huge wound within whatever it is it hits, but it can clear through, go one side and through the other. Now, if you're not worried about penetration, by all means go for an FMJ round. But if you want it to stop in whatever it is it hits, go with a hollow point, because that hollow point, when it hits something and whatever material it hits gets in that hollow of the hollow point, it expands and it slows down. So it's a small entry wound, but whenever you actually see how it travels through whatever it is it hits, you notice that cavity wound gets a lot bigger.
It shreds right through.
Uh-huh.
It's like a buckshot from a 12 gauge, right? It's like it's just maximum damage over as it goes in. It spreads the hollow point.
Well, yeah, hollow point spread. Now, traditional buckshot, that's more for hunting, but if you want to use buckshot for home defense or self-defense, where you have 9 pellets, they are, I think, 33 caliber a piece. So with a shotgun, even if you don't put a modified choke in it, like it's say you're using that shotgun, like it's say my room is about, I'd say from that side to that side is probably 20 feet at most. So whether you use birdshot or buckshot or a slug, you're basically going to have about that much spread. Everything's going to hit right on the target. So if you're off by even just the slightest little bit, you might miss entirely. So if you want more spread with a shotgun, you're going to want to have a choke that allows more spread. But if you want more of a tight squeeze at distance, you're going to want to put in a separate choke just for that. But no choke, as long as you don't go that far between whatever you're hitting, as long as that wad doesn't disperse the shot and the wad and the shot stay together, it'll hurt big time. but you want to use low velocity buckshot, because I think these walls that I have are drywall. So most of them on the low velocity side, they'll stop at like 4 or 5 layers of drywall. So they'll stop. But if you use standard velocity or high velocity, it'll clear right on through. So you got to be careful when picking a self-defense load.
Yeah. So anyway, I told Gabrielle Solias that you're better off just buying the regular Jarritos Mexican soda and just get a good bottle of vodka.
Right.
Get a high quality bottle of vodka and just spike your soda on your own.
Exactly.
You
Yeah,
know?
the price you pay for it, it's not worth it. So I'm going to move this to the box. I'm going to put this in the fridge, so I'll be back here in just a moment.
All right.
There we go. Just put that in there.
You had your surprise Saturday night snack.
The box barely closes. Oh no.
What do you mean? Oh, it's what is it, like a styrofoam or that plastic?
Styrofoam. See, barely even closes.
Yeah,
so I'll be right back.
They don't close that well. The Chinese takeouts are using the plastic that snaps, which is nice. It snaps shut. Actually, a lot of takeout places are using better quality containers, where you could really snap the lid on tight, and they're such good quality that I don't throw them away. If it's decent, like if it's not flimsy, I'll keep it. I'll wash it and save it for storage, not for putting in the microwave for reheating. I don't reheat food in the microwave because the microwave ruins food. I reheat in the big stainless steel steam pot, the Chinese steam pot, or in a skillet or the wok, with a cover on it. But I never reheat in the microwave. The only thing I do reheat is, like, let's say coffee, like not my elixir coffee with the moringa powder in it, organic moringa. No. Regular coffee. Like if I'm on my last mug and I drink half of it, and then I get busy doing something else, and the coffee gets cold, then I'll reheat it in the microwave. But I'll never put food in a microwave to reheat. And the microwave I had was at my mom's house. My mother had it, so it's an old microwave, but it's got good wattage. It still works. Hey, what the hell? It works fine. Knock on wood, so far. So it works. It reheats my coffee really well, fast, and that's what I use it for. So Mike, you're more than welcome to hang out.
All right, I'm back, and I've returned with my 2 tarot decks. Let me just go ahead and get everything situated here.
Yeah, I spoke to Nikki, the German lady, and she's still sick. She's on like painkillers. I gotta ask her, what's happening with you? She wasn't dodging us. She was sick, and I'll find out what's wrong with her. Maybe I can give her some tips. But
here's my Marseille, except mine's in English, not French.
Oh.
And then,
well, I can see it's colorful. I can see by the sun. It's got
mine's in English.
Yeah, typical Marseille artistic design. Oh, very.
And I bought this at Books A Million, and they had it on sale for $7.97.
Where'd you get that? That's a steal, man. Where'd
Yeah,
you?
like I said, I was at Books A Million one evening because we have a Books A Million here in Kingsport. That's what I was telling.
Where's it?
Sometimes I go to like Books A Million. Sometimes I go to Barnes and Noble. I think Books A Million has a better selection.
Books. What is it called? Books a Million. Oh,
Yeah, Books A Million.
Hey, Books a Million. Okay.
Yeah, and then I also picked up because I was looking to get my Rider Waite deck again because I don't know what happened to my original one. It's probably somewhere in my stuff, but I also picked up a Rider Waite Smith box set with a book for $12.97.
Came with a wow. That's a steal. I'm telling you,
Two
compared
decks for around $20, can't beat it.
compared to what Barnes and Noble charges for just a regular run of the mill Rider Waite.
Mm-hmm.
Now you said that you have a New Age store down by you.
Yeah, called Dilly's, and it's on it's DILLY''S. It's on it's in a plaza off of Northeastman Road. It's in the same plaza as they have a Dollar General, a Goodwill, a Jersey Mike's, and an Ollie's in that same place.
Maybe they have a Facebook page. Never know.
I think they do. Yeah, it's Dilly's Kingsport. But since you showed your Marseille, well, since mine's in English, sometimes mine doesn't show everything. But yeah, because here's the Fool, and mine clearly says the Fool. It's not in French. Mine's in English.
Right. Yours is in English. Okay. It looks like the Marseille artwork. You know, it's you know, the shades of the colors is more pastel.
Right.
It's Marseille. You know, I mean, you can't go wrong with the price.
And then here's the back of them because they look like playing cards. Because the Marseille, if you look at all the artwork out of all of them, it literally looks like a playing card.
Oh.
But
yeah, like you. How are the major arcanas? They very similar to mine.
Yeah. So the wands and the swords can get confusing sometimes, and I'll show you why.
Yeah.
So
they're not similar. The swords are more like scimitars, right?
Well, look,
except for
the swords are bent at the top, whereas the wands are straight.
yeah. See, they're like cutlasses or like scimitars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you got to be careful when reading the Marseilles. You can get wands and swords confused. Now, the cups and pentacles are all the same. And there is one other change with the Marseille as compared to the Rider Waite Smith, which is another one I've got here. So the strength card is, let's see if I can find the strength card. Yeah, here we go. So you'll notice the strength card on the Marseille is number 11.
Yeah, that's the same as the strength, the same design as mine, except yours is in English.
Now, this is what separates the Marseille from the Rider Waite Smith and the Rider Waite deck. Strength and justice are reversed. So justice is supposed to be 11. Well, here we have strength as 11. So that means justice is 8 on this one, and then justice is supposed to be 11 on the other one. So that's the only change I know of.
Justice is supposed to have like the scales, like the sign Libra.
Yeah, and I think the justice actually does have the scales on this one, but yeah, it's reversed. And then yeah, here's the lovers. Mine's a different color scheme.
Yes, yes. You know, I mean, really, it's good thing you found them. I mean,
then here's the Empress. See, that looks like a queen of the playing deck.
Yes. She's holding a scepter.
Uh-huh. Then yeah, here's the moon on mine. Mine has a completely different color scheme, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, the moon. The two dogs howling, or barking.
And then of course we have the hangman. Yeah, he looks interesting.
Le pendu is in French would be the hangman. Yeah.
Let's see. I know Justice is in here somewhere in the deck. So yeah, when we were talking about the tower, so in the English version, the tower is called the House of God.
Oh.
See, it says the House of God.
Oh wow. Yeah, that'll be a good card for your Facebook front cover profile, Justice.
I know it's in this deck somewhere. I've not shuffled this deck in a while. Yeah, here we go. See how Justice is 8, not 11?
But it contains 78 total cards, right?
And then, of course, the star.
Okay.
And let's see, where's the magician? Oh, yeah. Here's the magician.
With the table, like street magic.
Yeah, mine doesn't say death, but you can definitely tell it's number 13. Oh, and then another major difference is, so in the regular deck, it's called the Hierophant. Well, this one calls it the Pope.
Oh, the Pope.
Yeah.
Maybe they're synonymous, those two words. Well, let me see the death card again.
Death card? Here we are.
Okay, yeah, different colors, but the same design.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, Judgment.
Judgment. Yeah, that's a good card for your profile banner. The Judgment card. Le Judgment.
But I will say these ones, I just don't know what it is with what these cards are made out of, but these, you can't really shuffle these the regular way.
You gotta do them sideways. You gotta do them sideways, right?
I've tried them sideways. I've tried them many different ways. I don't like this one because I don't know if it's just the material, but those do not shuffle right.
They don't slide like the Rider-Waite does.
No, and I don't know if it's just something they put on the back, but they don't shuffle correctly.
Well, Brian, what do you have? You have gastroenteritis, or you got? You know what you need to do is if you're vomiting, that's the.
This is the Rider-Waite Smith. Apparently, there are differences between the Rider-Waite and the Rider-Waite Smith, but I don't really notice too much of a difference.
Yeah, was that the page of?
Well, this is the Four of Cups, so I could probably do a comparison. But if I had to say, the picture doesn't take up the full length of the card and the full width of the card, so maybe that's a difference. And probably the artwork is not as sophisticated.
Wow, it's typical English. English is not. They're not flamboyant, and there's no pizzazz in the design.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I noticed is with the Rider-Waite Smith is it doesn't take up the whole length and width of the card, and the artwork is not as intricate and sophisticated. You know what it is, but
yeah,
there's not as much intricacy with it.
All right, Brian, do you have any ginger ale in the house? You just don't eat any food. If you're vomiting, just drink the ginger ale all day and night until you're cured.
This is probably, if you get this with the Sun card and the World card, this is probably the best 3 you can get out of the deck. Because anytime this shows up, that there's a lot of fast-paced, different things coming your way. So this is always things speed up with force and authority anytime this one comes up.
Now there's one wand card that is definitely a negative card to get. I think it's the 9. There's one of the wands. It involves, there's a boat. There's like a ferryman bringing people across the river.
Oh, that's not a wand. That's a sword. Yeah, this one. It's the 6 of Swords. Yeah, this one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not a good card.
Well, depends. Because if you look at because the way you understand the card is you look at the picture. Is if you look very closely, down here on one side, the water's rough. If you look on the other side, it's smooth. So anytime this comes up, then it's coming out of troubled waters, or you're coming out of a troubling situation.
Okay, yeah, I noticed that. Bridge over troubled waters. Yeah.
Now, the one that's another really bad one to get is the 3 of Swords. Let me find that one. Because anytime that one comes up, then nothing good usually comes of it. Unless it's not in regards to you. Unless it's in regards to a situation or someone else that may or may not be related to the situation. Let's see if I can find it. Oh. Now, this one is a double-edged sword, no pun intended, but anytime this one comes up, it's a mixed bag. So it could be good, could be bad. It just depends.
I send you the link, Jordy, in Messenger.
This one can be kind of bad considering it depends on where it's in the spread and what's surrounding it. So this could be for you or this could be for someone else. So yeah, the 9 of Swords can be a mixed bag.
Okay. Yeah, you can see the person is weeping.
So if I can find, I know the 3 of Swords is in here. So you definitely know something shady comes up every time this one comes up. The 7 of Swords.
Really? Because 7 has always been a positive number.
Well, it's not necessarily, I mean, you can look at the numerology aspect to it, but again, you want to look at what the artwork says. But if you look here very closely, so there's 7 swords, but he's taking 5 of them and he's leaving 2 of them. But if you look in the background, he's being chased by an angry mob because he stole something.
Oh yeah,
so
he looks like he's running.
Deception and theft.
It looks like he's running from something.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Anytime this one comes up, it's never good.
Yikes! Where's that broken romance? Broken relationship?
Could be anything, but yeah, the 3 of Swords. Anytime that comes up, usually never anything good.
Ugh.
Another interesting aspect is with the 4 of Swords. So anytime the 4 of Swords comes up, then you could be resting or there could be something hidden either for good or for bad. So this is a mixed bag a pretty mixed bag as well when it comes to where it is in the spread. Another really good indicative card that something really good is coming your way. Let's see. It was one of the early. This one. Anytime this one comes up, it's nothing but good news that comes up with this one.
That Pentacles, what is it, the 10 of Pentacles?
Yeah, the 10 of Pentacles. So this one, if this comes up in a financial reading and you're looking to either invest or you're looking to come into some money, if this with the King of Pentacles comes up, you got a shit ton of money coming your way. Which when I look at my father's, whenever I've done readings on it, this card and the King of Pentacles always show up. So
the King of Pentacles is, it's like a big windfall is coming your way.
Yeah, a huge financial windfall. Well, if I didn't have my deck all shuffled, I could walk you through all 78 cards.
Well, you might as well just shuffle those and and monkey with him.
Let's see. I think I can just go ahead and just. I think I can put this back to the way that it needs to be. Ooh.
What's that?
It's a Naruto card.
Yeah, it's Gara. It's Gara. That's Gara.
Yeah, I like Naruto.
What is
I love
Naruto?
Naruto.
Is Naruto just like
Naruto cards.
just like a collector's card, or is it an actual divination card?
No, it's just a collector cards.
It's a Japanese anime manga.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh no. Dude, look at this. Hold on.
So anime is the cartoon. The manga is if you read it as a comic.
Oh, okay. Okay. Japanese comic books.
Right. So yeah,
I got
here's the book
Sasuke.
that
I
comes
got
with it.
Sasuke.
Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot book.
Right.
Hold on.
Well,
Hold on.
this
I got
has the-
Sasuke. I got Sasuke. Yo, dude, check it out.
Ooh.
Oh. Yeah. See, I don't. You know the Japanese cartoons and comics. I mean.
Yeah, dude.
I used to know more as a kid. I kind of fell out of it whenever I grew up as a teenager.
Same here.
Oh, here we go.
The only anime I've ever loved was Naruto. I mean, I don't care about any other animes, but Naruto is the one that I care.
What about Yu-Gi-Oh? Did you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh or watch?
No, I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh. I never
Yu-Gi-Oh
watched
was
Dragon Ball
back
Z
in the
either. I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh. No, but I remember Digimon. Do you remember Digimon? Remember that? It was like a fake Pokemon.
It wasn't as popular. Some kids at my school played it, but it really wasn't all that popular. But anyway, so this book.
The Digimon movie at the end had that kids in America. Whoa, we're the kids in America. That was the end theme of the Digimon movie.
Right. Well, Jordy, I know that you had some exes that were involved with tarot, but since I got a book here, I can show you all of the different ones and just keep it simple as what each one means. So that way you can understand.
Okay.
So first, we're going to go through the major arcana. So most people know the major arcana as being the first 22 cards of the deck. So you have the major arcana, which is 22, and then the minor arcana is 56 for a total of 78. So you start with the major arcana with the Fool. So anytime the Fool comes up, it's always a beginning. Always a beginning.
Right.
So if you're looking to start something new, either like a new adventure, a new investment, a new job, new relationship, or whatever, this comes up, then it's always a new beginning, stepping into unknown territory. Let's see.
Okay.
And then the next card in the major arcana is the Magician. So anytime the Magician comes up, this is stepping into your power and your authority, because you'll notice all of the suits are here and he has the infinity above his head. So anytime this comes up, it's stepping into your true power and authority, because you have all the tools and all the knowledge to do it. All you have to do is just put in the work and put in the effort and just more or less show up.
Yeah.
Now this one, the High Priestess, anytime she shows up, she operates in the shadows. So this is associated with shadow work, working more with not necessarily your evil self, although sometimes it can relate to that. This is more of, again, your shadow self, the side that you and others may or may not see that much. But anytime she shows up, that means that there's been some stuff in the background that you have not been savvy or privy to in regards to different situations. But most of the time, she's for good, although she can be for evil, but a lot of times not. So next one is the Empress. So
the Empress. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I've seen that.
So the Empress, this could indicate pregnancy, and this could also indicate the birth of something new, but also tapping into your divine femininity. And this would be more of the feminine aspect of Source, or the one. The next is the Emperor. So anytime the Emperor shows up, he's like the Empress, but he's the male aspect, so to speak. So if you're looking to have just power and authority and just getting stuff done, and he shows up, then it just means step up, be a man or be a woman, be a manly man or a manly woman. That it's not the time to be feminine, it's time to be masculine.
Yes. Masculine energy, yeah.
The next, the Hierophant. So the Hierophant, he, depending upon what it is that's in the reading, this could either be for good or for bad. But this is in relation to religious structures of society. See how he's dressed like a religious figure, almost like the Pope? So yeah, this is definitely in regards to the religious aspect of society. So you got to be careful with him.
Yeah.
Next, the Lovers. So anytime the Lovers show up.
Oh, now we're talking.
Anytime the Lovers show up, then it's all about forming new partnerships, new relationships. And also, it could be romantic or it could not be. But most of the time, it's romantic.
I like that image. I like that image.
Yeah, it is an interesting image.
It is. I like that.
Then, if you're looking to come to a crossroads or you're making a major decision in your life, then it's the Chariot. So you have multiple options presented to you, and whichever one you pick, you can't really have both. So it's like you got to either pick one or the other, and whatever you pick, the door to the other inadvertently gets shut. So yeah, always a decision with the Chariot.
Yeah, man.
So next, Strength. So anytime Strength shows up, this is when you need to be strong. But same thing with the Magician, with the Infinity being above her head. Then it's all about tapping into your power, your authority, and knowing what power and authority you have. That you're in a weak situation, that you're weak or powerless, you're not.
Yeah.
The Hermit. So anytime the Hermit shows up, this is when you need to take a step back and reanalyze different things, and if need be, take some R&R for yourself. Rest, relax, especially if you've been putting in a lot of work and a lot of effort, but yet you're ultimately becoming less productive and less efficient, or you're just spinning your wheels, not getting anywhere, and the Hermit shows up. It's all about just taking a step back, focusing on yourself, not so much others, but this is kind of a self card, but that's okay. Sometimes being selfish is not a bad thing. A little bit of selfishness is not a terrible thing. So the Wheel of Fortune. Anytime the Wheel of Fortune comes up, it's all about a change of fortune, a change of luck. So if you've been in a bad situation or things have just been not going in your favor, and this shows up, this is all about the tides turning. Now everything's going to be turning in your favor because it's been ordained, so to speak. So it's all about being the underdog with the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, the Hangman. So anytime the Hangman shows up, kind of like with the Hermit, it's all about taking a step back and looking at things from different perspectives. Or, like I would say, if things are going a bit too fast-paced or things are getting out of hand and the Hangman shows up, that means there's going to be some delays ahead. For good or for bad, doesn't really matter, but there will be delays. It's either delays or looking at things from different perspectives. The next we have the... Did I skip a card? The Hangman? Oh yeah, it did skip one. Justice. So anytime Justice comes up, it's either the ending of a situation that works out and however it's supposed to work out, or it is actual legal justice. So really good card depending upon what's surrounding it, or a really bad card depending upon what's surrounding it. Now this is one that people misconstrue, the Death card. It doesn't mean literal death. It's a metaphorical or symbolic death. Now to indicate when there could be possible death is if you see the Death card with the 3 of Swords, the 10 of Swords, and Wheel of Fortune. If you see those together, Not necessarily that it will happen, but be on guard.
Oh God. Okay.
And then temperance. So temperance is all about balance. So if you're a little out of balance or you need to have a little bit more balance in your life in a variety of different ways, this is all she's about. You notice she's got her one foot in the water, 1 foot on land, and she's pouring water into different cups. It's all about balancing. Now, this is one people think that it's a very evil, nefarious card, although it can be. It's all about self-imposed restrictions that, like, you don't want to change your ways and you want to stay in what could possibly be like a toxic situation.
You want to be true to who you are. You just want to be true to who
but
you are.
you see, they can break free from the chains, but they choose not to. It's all about self-imposed restriction and self-imposed bondage. Although sometimes, depending upon where this is going to spread and what the situation is, this could indicate evil, dark, and nefarious forces at play. Just depends.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Tower card, depending upon what's surrounding it, this is all about change, destruction, and disorder. So
the Tower. Okay.
Yeah, the Towers. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Depending upon what's surrounding it, this could be very good or this can be very bad. There's no real in the middle with this. But again, it's all about destruction, chaos, and disorder. Again, for good or for bad, doesn't matter. So watch out when this shows up because you never really know when it can happen. There's a lot of unpredictability with the Tower.
Awesome.
All right, so next we have the Star. So the Star shows up whenever it's...
Oh, now we're talking.
So whenever the Star shows up, this is all about if you've been in a rut and things have not been going your way, but then yet you're still keeping your head high and your hopes high and your wishes high. This is all about that everything is coming into alignment for you. So if you see like repeating numbers or different synchronicities, and then this shows up, then you're coming into alignment or you're in alignment, and now everything is unfolding for you. So a lot of times this is a very positive card. Now the Moon. So anytime the Moon comes up, this a lot of times is either about trickery or deception, or this could be about that, things were kept hidden either for good or for bad, but now they're going to start coming to light because you'll notice that it's illuminating this road right down here. So while these two are looking at the Moon, this, I would assume he's like a crab or a lobster. He's coming up out of the water and seeing the path that's now illuminated, and he's going to take it. And you'll notice the Tower is also in the background. So there is relation to the Moon and the Tower. Now, one of my personal favorites, and this is probably the most positive part.
I like that.
So anytime the Sun comes up, it's all about bright, sunny days, a very bright, sunny future ahead.
I want that as a tattoo. That sunshine with the rays. I want a watercolor tattoo. I want a watercolor tattoo. That's sick. I think
exactly. So if this shows up with the 8 of Wands, the 10 of Pentacles, and the Star card, then you know you're in alignment. Great things are coming your way. Now we're just about to the end of the major arcana, Judgment. So whenever judgment happens, this is either for good or for bad. This is a resolving of a situation.
He's got an England flag.
Yeah, because this is the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, so it's an English deck.
Yeah.
Again, it's all about
judgment. Continue.
So yeah, anytime judgment shows up, good or bad, it's a resolving of a situation. So if you've done right, you'll be properly judged as done right, and karma will not affect you. But if you've done people wrong and you've screwed people over, or you've done a lot of evil, wicked, nefarious activities, you will be properly judged. So if this and justice come together, watch out, because either something really good or really bad is about to happen. And then last but not least, the end of the major arcana, the World. So the world is all about endings, all about completion. So whatever it is you've gone through, or whatever it is you're continuously going through, if this shows up, then you are coming to the end of the cycle. Especially if this and the Fool come together and are in the same reading in the same spread somewhere, then the cycle is ended and you're about to come to a new beginning. It's like the old has been done and the new is about to happen. You're just still in that weird transitionary period. So that's the major.
Yeah.
Now the minor, we have the 4 suits. We have wands, swords, cups, and pentacles. So wands are associated with fire, and then
What?
wands are associated with air, cups are associated with water, and
I'll be
the
right back.
pentacles are associated with earth. I mean, I will still give it for everyone else because I bet they're probably interested. So the wands. So you have 1 through 10, and then you have a page, a knight, a queen, and a king. So with the ace of wands, it's always a new beginning. And especially, it's a new beginning in terms of desires. So whatever it is that you have been wanting to do and you've not really done anything with it, the Ace of Wands shows up. That means go for it. That you got everything you need, step forward and just do it. Now the Two of Wands. So the Two of Wands is, okay, you stepped forward, but now you still have to kind of look ahead. Because you have an idea as to what it is you want to do, but then yet there may be some other factors at play that you may or may not be aware of. So it's all about just being flexible. You know, you don't have to throw out everything. Just be flexible. Don't be so rigid in terms of achieving your goals or desires. Then next you have the Three of Wands. So this is all about, again, looking forward, but now you're stepping into a gateway. And that the whole world, it's your oyster. Then the Four of Wands, this is another positive card. So whenever the Four of Wands show up, you're stepping into a gateway. So you'll notice that it looks like an 11-11. So if this card shows up and you see 11-11 a lot, then you're going through portals and you're going through new beginnings. So very positive card.
Dude, I have to stop you for a second. I'm
What?
going to jump off. Just to say, I'm going to jump off. Dude, peace, love, and happiness to you.
Right. Appreciate it.
James, I'm about to jump off. Yeah. Sorry. I'm a little bit drunk. I'm a little bit stoned, my friend. My
Right, I
apologies.
understand. You can always just watch this video on playback. So
I will. Oh, dude, I love that jumper you got on there. Awesome. I love that jumper. The jumper. I love the jumper you have.
Oh, this?
No, this. Yeah.
Huh?
That. The
Oh,
jumper.
this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not a jumper. It's just a T-shirt.
T-shirt. Is it a T-shirt? It's a long sleeve
It's
T-shirt.
just a T-shirt.
Well, dude, you are awesome. You're awesome.
Appreciate it.
I wish I lived in America, because I know for a fact if I lived in America, me and you would be good. Me and you would be good friends.
Listen, what are you going? You going to sleep? It must be late by you now, Jordy.
No, I'm not gonna sleep. I'm jumping off to listen to some songs, and I'm fixing my new song, but I'm making.
How much did you drink tonight? You seem very intoxicated.
I am quite intoxicated.
All right, you know what? Go listen to some music and relax.
Okay, yeah. James, thank you for having me up here.
Okay.
I don't want to be up here drunk, so thank you.
I understand.
Cheers.
All right.
James,
be safe.
Do me one favor, James. Stay
Yeah.
awesome. Buonanotte.
I'll try.
Buonanotte. Good night.
Hey, good night.
All we can do is try. Good night.
Good night. Adios.
The lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer.
Let's see, where were we? Oh yeah, I was getting ready to talk about the Five of Wands. So anytime the Five of Wands show up, it's all about conflict. So if you and others are involved in different things when it comes to desires, and you're having a lot of infighting, either amongst yourself or you're having a lot of infighting yourself, this shows that, yeah, you're going through a lot. But there's always a resolve, always. It's just a matter of, are you willing to take the solution or just continuously be part of the problem? It's up to you. Then lastly, one of my favorite personal ones is the Six of Wands. So anytime this shows up, public victory. So not only are you going to win, you're going to win big, but there's also going to be public recognition for your win. And I've been seeing this in regards to my father's estate reading as well. So I see nothing but positivity in all the ones that at least come my way. But moving on. So the Seven of Wands. So if the 5 and the 7 come together, there's a lot of infighting. And you're also going to have to be very either defensive about your positions, or sometimes you may have to go a little offensive with your situations because you're being pressed and challenged in a variety of different ways. But it's always about standing your ground. It doesn't matter how much is against you. If you can just stand against it and still push through, you got it. 8 of Wands, and we talked about this one. It's always about fast movement, fast news. So if things have been slow and then this shows up, prepare for a quantum leap and expect a lot of speed, force, and authority to come into the situation. Can it be good or bad? Yes, but primarily this is good. The Nine of Wands, it's about moving forward, but moving forward cautiously, optimistically. So, yeah, you've been through a lot and there's a lot behind you, but don't necessarily look back at where you've come from. Look at where you're going. But yeah, it may look like you've been through a lot and you've come a long way. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But if you just stay focused on this, you're not going to keep moving forwards. But yeah, this was here to make you who you were. So, it's going to be a mixed bag. You got to take it all. And then lastly, the end of the Wands, you have the 10 of Wands. So this is all about ending. So if you've been through a very stressful situation and you've had to really put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in the situation, it's all about just putting that behind you, that you've done it, you've achieved what you need to achieve, move on. Then the Court cards. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Page of Wands. Pages are always about new paths being presented forward in terms of desires. So if you've been wanting to do something but things are stuck and then the Page of Wands shows up, it's all about, hey, you were kind of held back for your own good, but now you're going to be able to go forward. So don't worry and stress too much about it. Now, if the Nine of Wands shows up, he's all about, it doesn't matter whether you've been stuck in a rut for your good or not for your good, that this is going to stop and it's going to end one way or another. He comes in with a lot of force and authority. So if you got to really step up your game and say enough's enough, he's got your back. Don't worry. Same thing with the Queen of Wands. So the Queen of Wands is, step forward with truth and integrity and then put your best foot forward, but do it in a loving, nurturing way. Or there's going to be a lot of loving, nurturing aspects with the desires that are coming your way as well. Now, if the King of Wands comes into the situation, he's all about truth and integrity and just being a masculine badass. So this is all about not really caring about whose feelings you hurt or whose toes you got to step on, that you just be you and you be all you, no bars held. So that's the end of the Wands. So next are the Cups. So the Cups are always with emotions. So like desires can be emotional or they can be logical. It is more of a 50-50 mixed bag, but this is all about emotions. So Ace of Cups, new emotions. So This could be good or this could be bad. Depends upon what is that's surrounding. Now, the Two of Cups is all about coming together with relationships or emotional stability or people feeling the same way either in their emotions or in their hearts. So don't be surprised if you have new friends, new relationships, or hell, even new love opportunities coming your way with this. Or just simply coming together for a common idea or a common goal. It's a very positive card. Same thing with the Ace of Cups as well. Three of Cups, it's all about celebration. So if you've put in a lot of hard work, a lot of effort, and now you see the fruits of your labor, celebrate. Because you can celebrate with yourself and celebrate with company. There's plenty to go around. Now the Four of Cups, this is all about if the situation has been very emotionally stagnant, and if you're needing to have a little bit more, I guess, pep to your step or have a little oomph to keep you going, or if you're burned out and you took a step back and you're looking to get back into it, this is good news because you're going to get more of what you were looking for previously, but you're also going to get more than what you had previously expected. So nothing but greatness comes with the Four of Cups. Now the Five of Cups, it's a mixed bag. So if you've been through a very emotionally trying situation and you are more or less stuck in your own head, then this is telling you, yes, you've been through a lot. There's really no way you can look at that situation positively. I know some people say, you got to think positive, you got to be positive. No, no, no. There's a time to be positive, there's a time to be negative, and there's a time to be realistic. This is saying, okay, you've been over here, now come back to the middle and get out of your emotional rut. Because although there's negative emotions here, two cups are left standing. So open up that emotional portal and gateway and just step through it. Move on.
Yeah, people that are a fake positive all the time, that's a Pollyanna.
Yeah. Now, the Six of Cups, anytime this shows up, I know sometimes they say don't live in the past, don't get stuck in the past. Well, there's nothing wrong with going back to your roots or being nostalgic sometimes. So if you go back to some fond memories of either your youth or your early adulthood, and there was a lot of positive, happy memories with that, or if you're looking to go back to your roots and rediscover who you are or like rework who you are, then this would make sense for that. Because you'll notice it's all about children being playful. Sometimes it's all about nurturing your inner child. So all about nostalgia and just enjoying who you were and going back to who you were when you were happy. So again, if this and this get paired well, that's only what that means. I've been seeing this with my father's estate reading as well. So there's a lot of fond memories with my father and at my father's house. So that's also indicative that I'm also going to be getting money, but I'm going to be getting the property so I can have new memories with the property again. So nothing but greatness in terms of that. Oh, pages are sticking together. Moving on, the Seven of Cups. So anytime the Seven of Cups shows up, don't be surprised if there's like trickery or deception or just indecisiveness in general. So, Katie, get away from that door and quit trying to get to the door. I will open the door in a little bit. Sheesh. Gotta love kittens. But yeah, it's all about indecision, indecisiveness, and trickery and deception. Depends upon what is correlating to it. Now, the Eight of Cups, it's all about walking away. Sometimes you got to know when to hold, know when to fold. This is saying you held for as long as you could, fold, walk away. There's no shame or guilt that you should experience. You did your best, you put your best foot forward, but sometimes not every situation is meant to be successful. You're going to succeed and fail in life. It happens. Just learn what you learned and move on. Now, the Nine of Cups this is all about emotional satisfaction and emotional fulfillment. So, if it's been a very trying time, or if you've really put in a lot of emotional work and you followed your heart, you followed your passion, and then you see this in the reading, then it's like, yeah, you have had a very emotionally rich and fulfilling path in what it is that you did. So nothing but greatness with that one. Now the 10 of Cups, which I've also seen this with my father's estate reading as well, is it's all about celebrations, happy endings. So you could have literally went through hell and back. And if you did, some people go through hell and back, some people don't. But if you did, it was all worth it in the end because you achieved what you wanted to achieve, and now your goals are within reach, or you achieved your goals, whether you realize it or not. Now, the court cards with the cups, the Page of Cups is all about new paths forward in terms of emotions. So, if you've been looking to change yourself in a variety of different ways, like you're looking to just do some small changes, do some more emotional work, like not get so angry or so pissed off at different things, then that's a really good thing to do with this card. He's got your back. Now, at the Knight of Cups, this is all about truly following your heart and your passion. So if you really are passionate and your heart's in it, you're in it to win it. Just go for it. He's got your back. The Queen of Cups, she's about truth and integrity, but she's also about being loving and nurturing. So, yeah, step forward with your emotions, but don't be afraid to be feminine in this aspect. So, if it's kind of an emotional, sensitive, or delicate situation, yeah, don't be afraid to speak your truth, but don't be so blunt and harsh. Have a little bit of caring and nurturing and compassion while doing it. Now, the King of Cups, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. He's like, I'm emotionally secure. Emotions in this aspect are not a factor. That I'm following my heart, I'm following my passion, get out of my way. If not, you're going to get steamrolled. So with this, just go for it. He's got your back. Let's see, we've done the wands, we've done the cups. Now the swords. I like the swords because the swords is associated with air, and this is all about action. So whenever it is you're doing manifestation work, yeah, you can put in the desire in your heart or in your mind, and you can put in the emotional work, and you can do all the mental work, but you can't just do everything all mentally. You got to put in work with it. The swords, again, all about action, all about work. So with the Ace of Swords, it's all about stepping your best foot forward and just taking that first step. The Two of Swords, if you go too hard or too fast, then it's a restriction. So if you see this show up, then there's blockages and stalemates ahead. For good or for bad, doesn't matter. Expect stalemates. Probably one of the least positive cards, the Three of Swords. It's all about heartbreak. It's all about a not so very good ending that if your heart was in it and you are emotionally let down and this shows up, best bet is to just go ahead and step away now before your heart is totally broken. That it's going to hurt, it's going to suck, but it's going to suck even more if you don't step away and walk away now while you got the chance. Four of Swords, if you've been putting in a lot of work, a lot of effort, take some time for yourself. We all need rest. Nothing wrong with being a little selfish. I know I said that a little bit of selfishness is okay. Putting you number one and filling up your cup first and putting yourself first, that kind of selfishness is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And sometimes, depending upon what is in relation to it or what's surrounding it, there could be some other things that are hidden that are going to come out at a later point, but they're being kept hidden either for good or for bad, just depends. It's a wait and see game. Now, the Five of Swords, if you've been going through a difficult situation and you're looking to win and crush who it is that's been in your way and been working against you, this is all about that Your enemies now have laid down their swords and walked away. And eventually you're going to have their weapons too. All the weapons they used against you are now yours. And you can now use it against them. This is all about not having no guilt or shame or sorrow or remorse. You won, now finish it. Now the Six of Swords, it's all about moving out of a troubled situation. So the situation's not been good for you, or you've just been in a very bad, toxic situation. While although you did come through some rough waters, you're coming into smoother waters. So it might still be a little rough, still a little rocky, but compared to what it was, it's not going to be like what it was. And then here we have the Seven of Swords, trickery and deception and theft. So if you've had your suspicions up that someone has not been working for you and has been working against you and has been undermining you and taking stuff either with your knowledge or without your knowledge, this will show up. That doesn't mean retaliate and do exactly what they did to you. It just means watch out, because this person or whatever it is that's going on is definitely not for you. And either get out and walk away. And if you do retaliate, that's upon you. And sometimes retaliation is necessary, and it either comes with rewards or benefits. So do with it what you will. Now, the Eight of Swords, this is about you are just getting in your own way. You need to get out of your own way. That you have all of the action to do it, and you've done all this work, but now you're either hitting a fear point or you're just too afraid to make that final step. This is saying, get out of your own way, get out of your own head, just go for it. Don't impose this restriction on yourself. The Knight of Swords, a lot of times this is just a lot of undue stress and anxiety, that a lot of the problems that are facing the situation, they're yours. They're your own volition and of your own doing. That you can't go around blaming other people, and that really you're just getting yourself worked up and upset and stressed for no reason. Get out of your own head. Then the Ten of Swords, depending upon what's surrounding it and what the situation is, it's all about endings. This could be a good ending or a bad ending, depends upon whatever it is that the situation was and what's surrounding it. And then with this ending, make of it what you will, but it's going to end, whether you like it or not. Then lastly, the Court cards of the Swords, the Page of Swords. So whenever the Page of Swords shows up, if you've been looking for any sort of motivation with the Ace, but the Ace wasn't good enough, he's saying, just go for it. This new path is coming your way, just go for it. Just do it. Now, the Knight of Swords, I will say my archetype is definitely the Knight of Swords. When he comes in, he's about action and power and force and authority, that it's time to just put your best foot forward and just go for it. Don't let anyone or yourself get in the way of what it is you want to do. Now, granted, depending upon what it is you want to do, if it's really toxic or harmful, yeah, there will be restrictions and there will be things that will get in your way. But if you're looking to better yourself, achieve that goal, that it's good for you and good for others, or you're just looking to better yourself, go for it. You got everything behind you ready to do it. Now, the Queen of Swords, anytime she shows up, she's all about truth and integrity and honesty. So if you're looking for someone that is just going to be so truthful and integral that they're going to speak their minds and don't care who they upset or piss off or offend, that's what she's for. And she's got your back. Same thing with the King of Swords, except the King of Swords is, she's mouth in action, he's all just action. That he's just going to do it whether you like it or not. And then the last court that we have is the Pentacles. So the Pentacles is associated with Earth, but it's also in regards to physical wealth and physical material possessions, but it can also be in terms of other different wealths and abundances as well. So anytime you see that Ace of Pentacles show up, so if you're looking to either invest or go on a new business venture, or you're looking to become more abundant, this is a really good first step. It's saying take that step. You got everything you need to do it. Now, the Two of Pentacles, he's all about juggling. So if you're looking to do something, but yet you're having to balance time, balance effort, balance finances, or balance different things in regards to the situation, sometimes you just got to juggle in life. Sometimes you just got to look at different things from all aspects before making a decision. Life isn't always going to be easy. There's going to be times it's going to be easy. There's times it's going to be tough. There's going to be times where it's somewhere in the middle. You got to take it all when it comes to life. The Three of Pentacles. So this is all about showing off who you are and showing off your work and effort. So don't be afraid to show that, hey, I've got the skills, I've got the talent. Let me show you who I am and what I'm capable of. And you will impress others while doing it. So the Four of Pentacles, this is all about don't be too stingy or too greedy, but don't overexert or overextend yourself. So if you've got the talent, you got the effort, and you got the finances to do it, don't let it bankrupt you. Now, the Five of Pentacles, if you've been going through a very tough, challenging time financially, this is a indicator that, yeah, you've gone through it, but the only way to get out of your situation is to keep going forward. That just staying where you are and just bitching, moaning, and complaining is not going to work here. Then lastly, we have the Six of Pentacles. So anytime the Six of Pentacles shows up, it's all about you're going to come into a financial reward, but it's going to be a very generous award that you are going to be getting to the point to where, yeah, it's all about using what it is that you have for the betterment of others. Again, it'll better you, but better others as well. That's the reason why you're getting the gift. This is not to be selfish or greedy when it comes to the Six of Pentacles, which I have seen that with my father's estate as well. So that means that I'll have plenty enough for me, but I can also use it to help others as well. So the Seven of Pentacles. So this is all about now finally you put in the work, you've put in the effort, and now it's time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. It's now time to harvest. Because you'll notice one of the pentacles has fallen off of the vine. So that means it's good and ripe. So go ahead and enjoy the fruit of your labor. The Eight of Pentacles. This is all about you've gone through the apprenticeship, just like with the Three, but now you are a master, or you're basically a master in your trade. That you put in a lot of work, you've got a lot of effort under your belt, and you've got a lot of experience under your belt. So show off your talent, show off what it is that you have, because you're rich and abundant in your knowledge and what it is that you have done. So very positive. The Nine of Pentacles. So it's all about having material comforts and enjoying your reward, so to speak. So if you've had a very rich, fulfilling job and you've been abundant in terms of relationships, and now you've got the money to retire and enjoy, it's all about you've worked for it. You put in the work, you put in the effort, you deserve it. Enjoy it. But don't be afraid to share it with others. It's all about don't be selfish or greedy. Enjoy, but don't be selfish and greedy. Then lastly, the Ten of Pentacles. So this is all about financial windfall. So if this shows up and you've been looking to invest, or you're looking to have that return on your investment, or if you're really expecting a huge payout or a huge payday as a result of something, or hell, if you've been playing the lottery and you're looking to win and this shows up, this is about, you're going to win and you're going to win big. That you're going to basically be a king or a queen in your own castle. But don't be a malevolent queen or king. Be a benevolent queen or king. And then lastly, the Court cards of the Pentacles. So whenever the Page of Pentacles shows up, he's all about there's going to be new pathways for abundance for you. So if you have some capital or you have some extra cash you're looking to do something with, he's all about there's going to be a new path to show you that, yes, there's something you can do with your money to benefit yourself and to benefit others. And then the Nine of Pentacles. So he's all about bringing you abundance and prosperity and financial security. So this is about just seizing the moment, seizing the opportunity that sometimes certain opportunities, they only come your way maybe once or twice in a lifetime. And if you just let it slip by, you might miss it. You might miss out for good. Don't have FOMO, fear of missing out. The Queen of Pentacles, she's all about being very loving and nurturing with wealth and abundance. That don't be stingy, don't be greedy, but don't overexert yourself. That it's okay to be generous, it's okay to be loving and nurturing, but don't piss it and squander it away. Enjoy it with yourself and with others. Enjoy it with company. And then lastly, the King of Pentacles. He's all about, yeah, you put in the work, you put in the effort, but in this case, enjoy it yourself. That if you want to give others a piece of your pie, go for it. But nothing is making you obligated to share it, because this is all about you worked hard for what it is that you have, and just enjoy it. Live like a king. Live it up. So this is about being selfish to a point, but not overly selfish. So yeah, that's all 78 cards of the tarot deck. The reason why I chose this one is because most people know about the Rider-Waite-Smith deck artwork. So that way, when talking about it among tarot readers, it's more universally known. Now, if I was to use the Marseille deck, others may or may not know what it is I'm talking about. So yeah, I guess that's all I've got to say on the tarot for now.
Yeah, that was an excellent, complete, comprehensive description of the 78 cards of the tarot deck. And on our next show, you could do readings based on certain topics of interest. And Michael Goldsmith Hilton, are you there? I see your little dinghy. Are you there?
Heard him earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard his television, so I had to mute him because his TV was making a lot of racket.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I hear you clearly. How come you're not showing your mug? How come you're showing your little dinghy?
It's just like showing the little dinghy. Like showing the little dinghy. So.
Why you have a nice terrace? Are you on the terrace or the back room?
No terrace right now.
You're in the patio.
Well, it was not on the terrace.
Terrace.
Just now, I was on the terrace. I was terrace this morning.
Are you in the patio?
Nope, I'm in the living room. You ever get your groceries down to $20 for a week?
No.
Really?
No, because I'm a big eater.
Well,
no.
Well,
No way.
unless I want to eat sandwiches and chips for the week, I can probably manage that for about $20.
I'll look.
Yeah.
I'll look like I'll look like I came out of a concentration camp if I ate $20 worth of groceries in the house.
Got my groceries down to $20 for the week.
Yeah, but you're gonna be like the Thin Man, you know, what? How come no broads come here? Because they don't want to educate their minds. Because we talk, we go deep with our topics. They just want look. Why do certain people come and go on the show? They're intoxicated. They don't pay attention to the content of the show. They're not paying attention to things that are deep, and then they leave because their brain cells are not firing like advanced humanoids. You know what I mean? They're not firing. They just don't have it, man. Maybe they were dropped on their head as a baby. Who the hell knows? That's why
They're
the
from
broad,
another planet. You know what I mean?
that's why the broads don't come on, because they want to talk gossip, small talk about fashion, celebrities, uh,
No,
whatever.
thank you.
Yeah, bullshit. $20 for the week. What are you eating, bro? A loaf of bread and peanut butter?
No, no, just doing smoothies, and then just we'll still go to Safeway for some stuff, but we'll also go to Trader Joe's and get smoothie stuff, and then we're not doing smoothies. We'll also do either Safeway, deli. We'll go to the deli sometimes too. So it's not just really $20, but for the preliminary, just weekly grocery budget, have got it down to 20. That's good. And then still eating some meals. So Saturday night we'll just had the Trader Joe's frozen enchiladas.
You like those. I know you like
Yeah, they're cheap, but they're good. And then also on Sunday gonna have these BRCs from Trader Joe's. So I think there are gonna be some chicken BRCs that I got. And that takes care of the weekend, really. And then when not having that stuff, just go to the deli and get something from the grocery store
Hey,
deli.
let me see your mug. Well, what is this with the dinghy, man?
Hold on.
With the dinghy.
Hold on.
What was I gonna say?
What?
I used to get the frozen Trader Joe tamales, the corn tamales.
Those are so good.
I used to get try the frozen Trader Joe Italian pasta concoctions that come in a bag.
Got the pasta from I got their regular pasta. What's the frozen pasta? What's that all about?
No, it's like, let's say I would get like a fettuccine Alfredo, a certain type of fettuccine Alfredo. Well, it's all complete, frozen in a plastic bag, and it tastes just like a restaurant fettuccine Alfredo. And then there's the Trader Joe family size lasagna with meat.
Oh man,
the beef lasagna. You got to try that.
Yeah, that have had the lasagna. The lasagnas are fucking good.
I'm telling you, man, you try that and you're gonna think about. You're gonna
Oh no,
say,
James.
James,
Have had the lasagna. Have had even the lasagna that takes an hour to make, and it takes an hour to make in the stove, especially because you don't want to fuck it up in the stupid
microwave.
I hate the microwave.
Well, why don't you do this? Why don't you have the lasagna the next evening, where you take the frozen lasagna with beef and you slowly defrost it in the refrigerator, and then when you're ready to heat it up, take it out, room temperature, let it completely defrost.
Yeah.
And then heat it up. So now you have a head start.
Okay. And lasagna is probably also something else you can have on a Friday night. I was only eating pizza on Friday, and pizza is good, but it's expensive. And there's some other stuff that can have on a Friday night. Sometimes not just
Pizza
pizza.
has become expensive. I'm going.
Why?
I don't
Even
know.
frozen pizza.
It's fucking dough. All it is dough and mozzarella. You know how cheap mozzarella cheese is? It's one of the cheapest cheese out there.
It's funny that you said that because you're Italian.
And dough is dough. It's cheap ass. It's like.
Yeah. So why are they charging so much?
Why are people paying $7 or $8 for 2 eggs, home fried potatoes, a couple slices of toast, and coffee?
If it's from a If it's a takeaway pizza, we'll pay 7 or 8. Not sure about
You
30
know how
bucks or
cheap
anything like that.
potatoes, home fried. You know how cheap ass white potatoes are and eggs. And
Would you rather get the frozen pizza or just get a takeaway pizza? I'm veering toward just get a takeaway pizza and do it sometimes.
why don't you do this once in a big
So
while? Go to a place with a good reputation. Get a large pie takeout with, whatever toppings you like.
yes, sir.
And if you can't finish it, put whatever slices are left over in the freezer, like I did.
Yes, and then can eat it the next day, like on Saturday for lunch and shit.
Right.
Oh,
So
that's good.
I don't know. Let's say you got 4 slices left. All
Love
right.
that shit.
Oh, that's 4 slices. That's one meal right there. 4 slices should be enough for you.
Love that shit, and then combine that with some deli food. That's really good. Get some food from the deli. Get some pizza, and have some pizza leftovers with some deli food, and that's real good. The grocery store delis are amazing too.
Well,
Love grocery store delis.
now
It's a good way to use your credit card too. Sorry, go ahead.
you're talking about delis.
Delis are awesome.
Now I'm thinking about those big ass hero sandwiches. You're gonna make me
Oof.
hungry.
Well, I was going to ask, since I think we're past the serious part of the show, mind if I go grab me a beer for a Saturday night?
Yeah, we
Sure.
are past the serious part of the show. Oh, when you come back with the beer, I'll crack open the mystery deck from Spain.
Okay. Yeah, let me go
Nice
grab
job
it.
with the tarot
I'm going to go
cards,
run to the
David.
fridge. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's not a tarot. It's not a tarot deck. I'll show you what it is. I found it in my favorite dollar store. It only cost me $1. It was by the register. It's an old style European deck from Spain.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I never opened it.
That looks old.
I've had it for like several years, and I've never opened.
You haven't opened it,
I never. So I
but you
figure,
keep talking about it.
let me pop the cherry tonight. Let me bust the cherry, open it up.
Let's see you do the tarot cards, James. Thomas.
I used to do the tarot cards, but I need the book. I can't memorize 78 cards.
That's cool what Damien said about. That's cool what Damien said about keep making money, but don't get too greedy.
Don't get too greedy.
Actually, agree with that.
He has he has the ability to open up the third eye. He has a psychic intuition, definitely. Damien, and he's excellent at the tarot deck, and he's got the copper divining rods.
Love the rods, and hey, pajamas.
Yeah.
Sorry about that one time. Pissed off the rods.
Ron. Oh, wait a minute.
I pissed off the rods one time.
For me, this is a beer. Well, more like couple. So this is what I'm going to have for my beer for tonight. A 40 of Old English.
Oh God.
Oh, cool.
I
like Old English.
Are you gonna get into the top shelf craft beers someday in the near future?
Well, not Sunday, but probably later on this week. I got to finish what's in the fridge.
No, I said someday in the near future.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah. Good old English. This is the East Coast 5.9% variant, and this is fresh out the fridge. It is frosty.
Variant.
It can be.
And it's in glass.
Yeah, they return it back to glass. Right here.
Variant.
Let me hold up by this. Make that nice, lovely tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the 5.9%. This is the East Coast variant. Y'all get out there on the West Coast. Y'all get a 7.5% Old English.
I guess we do. I haven't seen it around.
It's very drinkable at 5.9%.
Yeah, I want to.
5.9
If I'm
is
ever
really
out that
easy.
way and I see the 7.5, I'll pick up some cans and I'll pick up a couple 40s of it. But I know people like to bust balls about freshness dates. The freshness date on this one is October 7th of 2024. Well, I've already done an actual video review of it, but I'll just sit around, chill, talk about this. So,
what's the ABV? What's the ABV?
The ABV on this one, the being East Coast, this is 5.9. And I'll get the 7.5 out there on the West Coast. There was an 8% high gravity, Old English high gravity, for some years. I tried it. I didn't like it. I thought it was just like they took the regular Old English and they just added in more malt and sugars, and they did not balance it.
Probably also because it's 8.5%.
Well, the regular high gravity was 8%. Y'all get the 7.5. So I wonder if it was really just the high gravity just toned down, or if it's this version and they don't use as much water. I don't know. But anyway,
8% is too much alcohol.
I mean, I can drink an 8% beer. Doesn't bother me. I mean,
8% is too much alcohol. Ruins the beer.
It depends. Like the Abita Andygator, that's a craft beer, which is like a craft malt liquor. That's 8%, and I thought Andygator was great.
Abita is great. Yeah,
Well,
Abita does a good job.
And then I like the Still Reserve, the 8.1. I think it's a good beer. Out of all the high gravities, the only ones that we really have left now are Natty Daddy, Still Reserve, Ice House Edge, and what's another one? I think there's one more high gravity one that I'm missing. Still Reserve, Natty Daddy, Ice House.
Mickey's?
Mickey's is 5.6. That's not a high gravity. They had an ice brewed ale, which is 5.8, but that's not high gravity.
Yeah.
I think those are the only 8% ones that are left. But anyway, so how does just regular 5.9% Old English smell? So it's a little sweet. It's malty. It's grainy, bready, and hoppy. I mean, it looks like beer and it smells like beer. So I'm assuming it's going to taste like beer. So here you go. Cheers. It is frosty. Let me go ahead and get some of this.
Cheers. If it looks like a duck and quacks like if it looks and quacks like a duck.
If it looks, walks, and sounds like a duck, that's right.
All right. So
did you put it in the freezer to make it real cold?
Nah, my fridge, it keeps things super, super, super cold. So I'd say this temperature on this is like 33, 34 degrees. So I don't have to put it in the freezer. But anyway, so up front.
That's because you turned up the you must have turned up the thermostat in the refrigerator.
Yep.
Pajamas, what are you doing to your face? Pajamas, what are you doing to your face?
What am I doing to my face? I'm just kicking back.
Oh no, I thought James kept.
Oh no, my eyes were bothering me from allergies.
Yeah. So up front, it's sweet, it's malty, it is grainy, and then in the middle.
Don't forget, when you want to take a break, don't forget to tighten the cap so you don't lose the carbonation.
There's not a lot of carbonation in this anyway. So and in the middle, it's bready, white bread crust. And surprisingly, in the end, it's got a good hot bite. If I had to give some numbers, I would say on the sweetness scale,
how many sugar cubes?
I would say it's got extra sweetness and richness because 5.9 compared to regular beer, which is like 4.5 to 5%. This is going on almost 6%, so it is extra. But surprisingly, it's not that much more sweet. So I would say
like a beer with oranges.
I would say 2.25, maybe 2.5 out of 5 sugar cubes. Sweet, but not too sweet. It's got extra malt and extra grains.
Like a beer with oranges?
Also, do what?
Kind of like a beer with oranges?
Nah. No. There's no artificial flavoring or any additives to it. It's just a beer that looks, smells, and tastes like beer. So I'd say, 2.25 to 2.5 out of 5 sugar. Oh, excuse me. Out of 5 sugar cubes. Sweet, but not too sweet. Breadiness scale.
Oh, what about that one?
Well, I invented it. I don't think anyone's used it, so I'm going to go ahead and say I invented it. I would say 2 1/4, maybe 2.5 out of 5 slices off the bread loaf. It's bready, but it's not like overly bready. And then for the hop bitterness,
okay,
surprisingly, you would think with a malt liquor, you would think that it wouldn't have a whole lot of hops because they don't really put a lot of hops in malt liquor. They put just enough to balance it, to have it to where it's not so sickly and cloying and disgustingly sweet and bready. But surprisingly, it's actually pretty well balanced. So I would say, yeah, it's got a good crisp hop bite. Just a nice, straightforward bitterness. Nothing really
nice.
gourmet or exotic with the hops. So I'd
Cool.
say 2, maybe 2 1/4 out of 5 hop cones. So it's balanced, but it leans a little sweet. But to finish it all up, it is crisp, it is clean, and it
Sounds
actually
like a
is
really doable beer.
refreshing. So yeah, I do like Old English. But yeah, to finish it all up, crisp, clean, refreshing.
Sounds good.
Super dry, and the drinkability actually is superb. So how about the body and the mouthfeel?
Yeah, love dry beer.
Body and mouthfeel, I would have to say, is it's a light to medium body, but it has a nice, rich, robust, medium flavor
Malty.
profile. Not boozy. There's no boozy taste with it.
Malty.
And once it goes down, it lingers on the taste palate a little bit. It's got a little toasted character. I know some people say that Old English has like a fruity, citrusy taste to it, or like a fruity citrusiness in the aroma, same as Mickey's, but I really do not taste that. But I'll give it one more little go to see if I do taste it.
Now, Damien, what tastes better, this or Mickey's?
Let's see what you got. Hold on.
What tastes better, that or Mickey's?
Oh, let me flip my phone so I can see it.
Hey, little Ronnie.
I would have to honestly say this because it's got a little bit more body, a little bit more flavor, and a little bit more alcohol.
Yeah.
I don't taste any fruitiness or any sort of citrusiness. That may have been a characteristic at one point, but I can tell probably either don't do that anymore or I'm just not detecting it. But I like it. I think I paid. I picked up a couple 40s of this. I got a 40 of Still Reserve, 2 40s of Ice House, 2 40s of Colt 45, and 2 40s of Old English. Tax all out the door, I think it was $19.79. So I think altogether, if I just bought the 140, tax and all out the door may have been like $2.55 maybe.
That better last a long time.
Well, I've already done the 40 is Still Reserve. That was the Return of the Glass series I did. So I've done Still Reserve, Old English, Ice House. I've already done this one. So I think the last one I've got left to do with the 40s that I've got, at least for now, is those are not the only 40s I can get in my area. But I think I've got the Colt 45 one left. And then that's the end of those 40s. But some other 40s I can get in my area. I can get Miller High Life in 40s. I can get Bud Ice in 40s. Natural Ice in 40s.
Yep.
Hurricane High Gravity in 40s. And I think that's it. I think all the other 40s I get in this area are, of course, Ice House, Colt 45, Old English, Still Reserve, Bud Ice, Ice House, Natural Ice, Hurricane High Gravity, and Miller High Life. There may be a few I'm missing, but I think those are it. We don't get...
Dang, Red States don't sound too bad after all.
But we don't get Budweiser or Bud Light in 40s. We don't get Coors Banquet or Coors Light in 40s. We don't get Miller Genuine Draft or Miller Lite in 40s. And we don't get some of the other malt liquors in 40s. We don't get King Cobra. At least I've not seen it. We don't get Hurricane.
Yeah, but you don't seem like you're living in a very dry county there.
Well, it's just there's not a whole lot of 40s in this area. Not a lot of people like to buy and drink 40s. No Mickey's 40s, but we do get Mickey's in the 12-ounce beer barrel bottles. The ones that look like the grenades, we get those.
I don't live in a dry county at all.
Oh,
Not sure whether to be glad or scared.
Well, we do have plenty of beer. It's just the 40.
You're in the Dingy County. But the Dingy.
Yeah,
the Dingy is definitely not a dry county. Dingy County is not dry.
Well, we can also get like quarts and tall boy cans and a variety of different things. I was just going over the list of 40s, but what I also like about this Old English 40,
That's a
it
tall
doesn't
boy.
say it once, it doesn't say it twice, it says it 3 times that it's a 40. 3 times on the label says it's a 40.
Oh, it kind of looks like old speckled hen.
What?
It kind of looks like old speckled hen, too.
Yeah. Now, you're probably wondering, why does it look like that there's crowns all around the label? Because apparently this is the king of all the malt liquors.
Oh, yeah.
And then on one of James' previous shows, I did talk about what malt liquor is and how you make a malt liquor.
Yeah.
So for those who were not mentioned or just didn't see the last show when I talked about what makes a malt liquor. So after the repeal of Prohibition, when beer breweries in America wanted to make stronger brews, they started brewing like the super brews that were going on in Europe at the time. However, when it came time for the finalization of the label, one of the things they slipped in as a result of Prohibition was you could not reference the ABV of beer in any way. That you could put the alcohol content on it, but you couldn't use any sort of iconography to reference the strength of beer. So they were also calling them like strong beer, strong lager, strong ale. Well, apparently that was a no-no because it connotated the strength of the alcohol for the beer. Now what they had to do was they came up with this term malt liquor to skirt around the law, and then that's when you started seeing things like Country Club, Mickey's, Colt 45, Old English, Schlitz malt liquor, the Schlitz Blue Bull, and then King Cobra and St. Ides. Those are the classic malt liquors everyone knows about. So how do you make a malt liquor? Well, since it's a made-up term, there's not really any specific delegation as to how it's made. It's an American-made term. So as far as Americans are concerned, it's a lager, additionally, although it can be an ale, but typically it's a lager, and you just use more malt and sugars to give it higher yield of alcohol. So you would just add in malt. You can use corn or rice, use straight sugar. Well, you can use table sugar. You can use cane sugar, or you can use corn. You can use rice, although not necessary. But you also want to have it off balance towards more on the sweet side. So you want to balance it, but you want to have it offset on the sweetness. So it's not a design flaw of a malt liquor being sweet. That's just a characteristic. Same thing with an IPA. IPAs are designed to be off balance for hops. They're meant to be hoppy. That's just how they're meant to be made. Now, the European version of a malt liquor would be something like where they would just use more malt. Maybe straight sugar, but a lot of times more malt. So you have the American way and the European way of making a malt.
Malt. What contributes to the flavor of malt is the sugar maltose.
Right.
Maltose.
The color of the malt will give you different flavors as well. So if you like what this color is, like this is a nice gold color. So if you want that nice either pale straw or a straw yellow gold color, then a lot of times you're going to want to use like a 2-row or 6-row barley malt. Sometimes you can use Pilsner malt or golden malt. And then you don't want to put as much water in it, because if you use a lot of water, then you will dilute the color. But that's the traditional way of making a malt liquor. Now, the other way, which is kind of sort of traditional, which has some history behind it, is making an ice beer, Eisbock, Eisbock. It's a German style of beer.
Hey,
So
Daryl Messias, how you doing, man? How was your week and weekend?
Now that it's warmed up a little bit, it actually is starting to taste a little bit better. It's not so frosty. I don't like my beer super cold. I mean, I like it cold, but I don't like it ice cold.
Well, when it's hot as hell and muggy, it's good going down when you.
True, but you want to let it wait a little bit because if it's too cold, the flavor's too suppressed.
Oh, okay.
So if you let it warm a little bit, like you let it get up to about 35 to 38 degrees on a lager, you're going to be okay. Now, if it starts getting above 40, then, I mean, you can drink it, but it's not going to be optimal. That's probably when you want to go and stick it back in the fridge and get it cold again. Or if some people, they want to keep their 40 cold, they'll just pour out of the 40, pour about half of it, stick the other half in the fridge for later, then pour out the second half. But anyway, Icebox. So Eisbock is a German style of beer, and it was discovered by accident. So one Oktoberfest, they stored beer too cold, and then they noticed that their beer was frozen. So they had to figure out how much of the beer was actually frozen. So when they scooped out this slushy-like material, that's what happens with the ice beer is you drop the beer below freezing, and then depending on how far below freezing you drop it, either excess water from the brewing process, the liquid that did not turn to alcohol or is super low in ABV, comes up to the top. And sometimes it looks like ice crystals, or it can look like if you live in a place where you can get snow, but sometimes you get like sleet or freezing rain, and you get like that slushy sleet and snow mixture. That's what it looks like on the top of the liquid. So you can either just scoop it out, or you push it through a filter and it catches it, and you're left with a higher ABV beer that's not so watery. So the characteristic of ice beers is, yeah, they're more thick and rich and full body, but they have a weird taste to them sometimes. You get what's called the ice beer funk. Now, ice beer funk is just where it undergoes that freezing, and it tastes like freezer burn, or if you step outside and you get that freshness of like really early morning dew or frost on a very humid fall or winter morning, or maybe like an early spring morning. It smells like that and it tastes like that, but you only get that taste for a little bit when it's really cold. Now as it warms, that flavor goes away. But that's another way of making a malt liquor. So if you see anything ice, like Bush Ice, Natty Ice, Bush Ice, Milwaukee's Beast Ice, Bud Ice, it's just that beer that's been given the ice treatment. Now, you can make a super brew using the traditional way of making a malt liquor and then ice treating it, and you can get what's called a super brew, and those can get 10 to 15%. You get a beer that's 10 to 15%, you're dealing with some pretty strong stout stuff. This at 5.9, I like it. It's reasonably priced, and it tastes good. I can definitely tell that ever since they put it back in glass, that they have improved it. I've tried it out of cans as well. I've tried it out of the 24-ounce tallboy cans. And honestly, I think it tastes good out of the bottle or a can, that it doesn't affect it. But when I tried it out of the plastic 40 and the plastic 42, it just didn't taste right. It had a really weird off-putting taste, but back in glass, either this is just the molecular structure of glass, or they actually have gone back and improved it, but I think it tastes better. I think they've cut back on the adjuncts, and they're using more malt and more like table sugar or cane sugar, because yeah, I still get that corny aspect to it as well, but I'm noticing there's more malt as compared to corn. So I wonder, like I was telling James, that I think they might be phasing out adjuncts in American beer just to see if Americans will notice. I'm noticing it a little bit, but I can tell they didn't overdo it enough to notice, to where most people probably won't notice, but I notice it. Delicious. Yeah, I'm just going to set that back over there.
Okay. I'll be right with you.
All right.
I could bust the cherry of this deck. Here we go. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Cartas Españolas. Spanish cards. Cartas Españolas. Made in China. Ooh.
Ooh.
Made in China. Yes, as everything.
Remember that Trump meme I sent you? I think I sent it to you a few years ago, where it says China has a wall and they have no Mexicans. Insert goofy Donald Trump face. I'm like, I'm sure there's another reason besides them having a wall as to why they have no Mexicans, but what do I know?
Well, there was before when Donald Trump first started campaigning for the first time, somebody made like a cartoon caricature of him. This is when he was on a tangent about walls, south of the border. Walls work, walls. So what happened was, and that's when he says, I love Mexican people. I eat taco bowl. I eat taco bowls.
Right.
So anyway, they did a caricature of him opening up a hotel casino like right next to the wall so he can get Mexicans to work in the casino. Cheap labor. Which I thought it was actually funny, but you know what? It sounded like a good idea because the desert's right there, and people that stay in the hotel casino would look out the window and they see the mountains, and it's really
pretty.
The Sonora Desert is really nice. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it is very, very pretty.
Yeah. No, it really is. I mean, it's not like the Sahara where you just see sand dunes. All right, here we go. Oh, now this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is interesting. Their decenter. Okay. Now, I never mix these, so I'm just going to show them as they are on the deck. Okay. Here we have a 2 of coins, I guess. Pentacles, right?
Ooh.
Here's a 3. All right. A 4. And 5. 6. 7. 7 of testicles. 8. 8.
Which I did not realize there actually is a name for a 7-sided shape. It's called a septagon. A septaball.
Really? Like hexagon. Hex is 6. Octo is 8. Octagon 8. Pentagon, right? Pentagram be 5.
5. So septagon 7.
Oh, just as well. Okay, 9. Now the 10. This is interesting. Why is the... This is interesting. The 10 is this jester-looking dude, and the 11 is this guy on a horse. 11. Huh. Okay. 12.
Right.
King. I guess that would be the knight, the king. Now look at the similarities between these playing cards and the tarot. There's an ace of cups.
Exactly.
This is not bad for a buck, you know. And then we go through the 2 cup and a 3 cup and a 4 cup and 5 cup and 6 of cup and 7 cup. What? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Got this automatic focus. Sometimes it just hesitates. 9 of cups. And then this would be, I guess, equivalent to a page.
Right.
All right. But it's numbered. 11. It's like a knight of cups. But I didn't see a queen of cups. Guess it's sexist. Unless the 10. No, the 10 is not. No, there are no queens. And then look at this. Ace of swords. And 2, 3, and 4. Now these swords are like, they're not curved, they're like daggers. All right.
Yeah, they're little daggers.
Yeah, similar to like the Roman. I know the Romans had this straight, short sword that's very similar to this shape. 7, 8, 9, and oh, wait a minute. How come? This is weird. Now, how come this 10 of swords looks like a chick? Isn't that weird? I didn't see any effeminate like the other suits. Okay.
Well, sometimes with playing cards and sometimes with cards in the tarot, it's obvious when some of them are masculine, some of them are feminine. Sometimes they're either both, or it's not crystal clear, and there's this term called there's a word for it. I'm just trying to think of the word. It's
Ace of Wands.
They have masculine and feminine features, but neither one's prominent, and it's not very clear as to whether they are like male or female. I know the word. It's just, what is it?
3 of Wands.
This word, because everyone always assumes that Liberty's female, but is it really? Androgynous. Yeah, there we go.
Androgynous. You know, I believe they use that term with creatures that do not require male and female to mate, like certain gastropods, like certain snails are. I'm not saying they fuck themselves, but they're every snail reproduces. Every snail lays eggs, and there's certain scorpions that are like, I don't know if they're what's the word, asexual. I don't know if they're all females like the Amazons. I don't know what the deal is, but they don't require a male to fertilize the eggs. And there's a species of scorpion in South America called the striped back that there's no mating. They just, every scorpion reproduces automatically. And the problem is their venom is very strong. It's like number 5 on the scale. It's like, can kill you. Yeah, that's the problem. And to have a scorpion where that doesn't require any mating, that's not good. Okay, here we go. Okay, so apparently the swords and the wands have an effeminate wearing a crown. Unless I missed something. I have to. Wait a minute. Oh, this is weird. It's a chick on a horseback with a wand. Okay, there's the king. Right. Now, well, this is weird. This is almost like it's an advertisement for the deck. Now, I don't think these have significance, but unless this is used as a joker. Wait a minute. This has a 1 on it. I already showed the Ace of Pentacles.
Right. So yeah, it could be an advertisement for the deck, but yeah, looking at some of the cards, I mean, yeah, they appear feminine, but are they really feminine? I don't know.
Oh, I understand. Okay. I see
So
what's going on. That was the Ace of Pentacle. It's just that they stuck the Ace of Pentacle on the opposite side, so that was the Ace of Pentacle because it was numbered 1 and then and so on, and 2. Now let me check those suits that I said didn't have any feminine. Okay, let me check the swords. Okay. All right. Now I might have. Okay. I guess that's the queen. I'm looking at the features. It looks feminine to me, unless it's a tranny. No, it's wait a minute. The 10, well, that's on a horseback. You know what? It's okay. They look feminine if you look at them close, but a queen, I don't think the queen is on horseback. I think the queen is number 10 that's standing up.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, because horseback signifies knight. Okay, and of course, it's obvious. It's obvious what the king is.
Masculine.
Right? Masculine, right. So, interesting to say the least. This is very interesting. It is interesting, Ronnie. It is for a buck from a dollar store. Men these days are very effeminate. Well, not the men. The men that the media pays attention to and focuses on are the effeminate ones, and the masculine ones they shame them, they mock them. It's almost like society wants to pussify real men, or not pussify them, but shame them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make them feel guilty for being men, masculine men, or having masculine energy.
Yeah, and it also seems like masculine women get shamed as well.
Pussify is like uh, a an alpha or sigma male becoming like a beta simp.
Yeah. Well, even to a certain degree, even masculine women are poked fun of and criticized and ridiculed. So.
Yeah, and that, like a real, like a natural born lesbian would be, I would say, a female with masculine energy.
Mm-hmm.
But a woman, a really good-looking, feminine woman, young woman, would just say, "Oh, I'm bisexual." I think she does. I think they say that because it's a fad. You know, it's the in thing, the in lifestyle. It's a fad for these chicks. They think it's cool to say that they're bisexual. You know, I mean, any guy that tries to get like involved with one is making a huge mistake, because she's always going to be cheating on him with another woman. You know, and then you know, and if you really want to be seriously involved with somebody who wants to invite a girl all the time to, I mean, it's good if you want a booty call, to have a girl that you know invite another girl. That's one thing, menage a trois, but not to get involved. Not to get involved, because they're always going to be like, it's still cheating, even though they're hooking up with another girl. But I think they say it because it's a fad. You know, they want to be cool.
Or unless they're amorous, which that seems to be on the rise here lately.
The hookup. Oh yeah, Western Mike always mentions the hookup lifestyle, or the bisexual. Yeah, the hookup is what we used to call in the 70s and 80s. Well, there were swingers, and then there were well, I think it started in the 60s, actually. With the hippies used to bang each other left and right.
Well,
you know,
just based upon what all I can tell, just looking at everything. So, of course, there can only really be 4 possible sexualities that human beings can be. And it's not up for debate, it's not up for question. That anything outside of this, well, granted, yeah, they may overlap, but there's only 4 sexualities human beings can be: heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, and asexual. That's it. Human beings cannot really be any other sexuality besides these 4. And technically, there are only 3 sexes: male, female, or hermaphrodite, where you have both. Outside of those spectrums and outside of those 4 sexualities and those 3 sexes, it's all make believe and all made up. And not considered genuine, and should not be considered as serious in any capacity. Now, when you mentioned swingers, so swingers are just where you just hook up just for sex. Well,
right.
apparently there's a whole nother thing called polyamory. And polyamory is where you have multiple consenting relationships with different people that may or may not involve sex.
I have known people that were so into their fucking fetish that they actually get gratification by like a woman humiliating the man, you know, or the man humiliating the woman. It could be It could be a spanking fetish. It could be an S&M, sadomasochistic kind of a fetish, and a lot of these people never have intercourse. They just like friggin' cause pain and humiliation to each other, and they get off on that. I mean, there was a place called Hellfire, appropriate name, in the city back in the 70s and 80s, I believe, and they used to, like, people would like piss and defecate on each other, you know, in the big old-fashioned bathtubs, you know, and the yeah, I know. And then there's I forgot. There's the foot fetish fad. The foot fetish where, you know, the men, usually it's the men that are into, they love feet. They worship the woman's foot. I mean, I know a guy who asked this tall, attractive 21-year-old blonde if he could drink vodka out of her stiletto high heel shoe. And then she let him do it. And, you know, he filled it up and he savored it and tasted it. And then there was cases, the extreme cases where the guy wanted the girls to grease up her foot and stick it up his ass, her whole entire foot past the ankle. I'm telling, no, this is a true story. These are the crazy fetish people. You know, hold on. You know, the viewership shot up since we started talking about this. Wait, hold on. Ronnie S says, if I have a dick, what sex am I?
Wait, what does it say?
If I have a dick, what sex am I?
If you have a penis and balls, you're a male. If you have a vagina and ovaries, you're a female.
That's it. It's cut and dry. It's cut and dry. I don't care what psychological defect a person has, and they think, oh no, I was born the wrong gender. I'm really a woman. I have to get a gender reassignment. No. Why folks should be folks plural, right? Why folk so butthurt, though it's annoying? Because people are annoying. You know, Homo sapien is a very annoying creature. Let's see, Hellfire and Brimstone. Yeah, well, that's why I said that was a good name for that place. That was when Plato's Retreat was around, and I was there once. Plato's Retreat, and it was everything you heard it was to be. I went on a Monday. You didn't have to bring a girl with you. On a Monday, you know, single people that were unattached could go. And there was a cover charge. And the cover charge included food, you know, all you can eat. And, you know, that's another story. That's another talk show. You know,
right. I mean, if people want to engage in all that stuff with consenting adults, I mean, you know, more power to them. I mean, it's America. When you turn 18, you're an adult. As long as you're not harming yourself or others, you know what? Who cares? If you want to chop off your penis or get a vaginoplasty or sell off your vagina and get a peniplasty and have transitional, whatever they call it, for changing your sex, you know, if you pay for it and it's out of your own money, you know, your body, your choice, just don't expect to pay for it and condone it. If you want to do it, fine, but I'm just not into that. Don't expect.
I think it's mutilation. Really, self-mutilation or consent mutilation. No, I wasn't into drugs, believe it or not. I really wasn't. I was always very health conscious. Even though you might not believe it, I was.
Yeah, most I've ever done is, well, of course, I drink.
Right.
I vape like Delta 8 or Delta 9 or Delta 10 or CBD every once in a while. I've had pain medication twice and I did not like it. I've tried speed once, didn't like it. I've never done serious pills. I've never done meth, never done heroin, haven't done any hallucinogenic. So
I did smoke a pipe I did have a collection of pipes, and I don't even see pipe tobacco being sold anymore. The shopping malls used to have like a tobacco shop where they had cigars in a humidor and pipe tobacco in humidors, and
Yeah.
they would weigh it. I used to get this pipe tobacco called Raven. It was black. It was what they call black Cavendish. It was like, I don't know, cured with certain flavors and whatever. A lot of them were flavored, and it's people say it smelled like a chocolate cake was baking.
On my phone. So hold on.
Oh Lord. Oh. Barney says.
Yeah. I'm still here. I'm just getting ready to do something here on my phone. I gotta pull up one of my apps.
Okay. Now a swing. I know. I used to work with a guy, and he's on my friends list on Facebook. I'm still friends with him. Him and his wife, they were swingers. They used to meet with other swinger couples. They would meet in a diner, and if they liked each other, they would swap. And this is, I guess you would call it a fetish, because they were meeting with other couples that were also swingers.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty weird and fucked up to have some strange dude bang your wife and you bang his wife, and but
If they consent, what really can be done?
turn them on. I guess it turned them on. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it.
Yeah. But
Well,
women's issues, I mean, realistically, government has no power and authority over abortion. So, if you really don't want to perform the abortion, then my guess is, if you're going to be an abortion doctor, then you can object conscientiously to not do it, but that's only you. People who do not conscientiously object, they can't do anything. Oh, at least I need to DoorDash and have my schedule, so I'll be back here in just a moment.
Okay. Well, a fertilized human egg is like a seed. It's a potential life, but it's not a baby. And then there's the Bible only mentions life beginning when Adam was given his first breath in the book of Genesis. That's the only time where it mentions the beginning of life, when life actually began.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, at midnight every night, the schedule for DoorDash releases, so I had to go ahead and get my schedule in for next Friday.
I didn't know they had a pre-made schedule.
Well, only on DoorDash. Now, Grubhub and Uber Eats, they don't have schedules. Same with Instacart, no schedule. You can hop on anytime.
So you just hop on, turn it on, and wait.
Yep. But with DoorDash, it's best to go ahead and schedule ahead of time. For whatever reason, if you schedule, you get priority access as compared to just going out and waiting for it to get busy and schedule a dash. Now, my area, sometimes it's busy, sometimes it's not. That's why it's best to just go ahead and schedule. But I've got back into multi-apping, so running DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats all at the same time. And tonight, in 4 hours, I made $130. So,
you know what? That's pretty smart. When you multi-app DoorDash with Grubhub and Uber Eats, those three, because the other one, Instacart, that's time consuming. You know what I mean? That really cuts into the restaurant deliveries when you're doing grocery shopping. Now, if Instacart involves liquor stores instead of groceries, that's a quick one.
Yeah.
That's fast. Now, does DoorDash include liquor store? deliveries?
Oh yeah. There's one liquor store in my area that does the liquor deliveries, but it's just that one. That's the one I told you. Where I found some pretty decent craft beers from. So yeah. Oh, excuse me. The woman's right to choose. I mean,
Yeah. Well, she could. A man could choose to have a vasectomy if he doesn't want kids. You know, but
like I said, government has no power and authority over abortion. That really, unless you can perform the abortion yourself, then there's really no right to abortion because, again, it involves another person. So when it comes to rights, if it involves the participation of another person, it's not a true right. But if it does involve only you, then it is a right. So you have the right to free speech, the freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience. All that does not require the participation of another person. But when you start getting to things like contracting for businesses, to contract for goods and services, that's not really a true right. Abortion, not a true right. Marriage, not a true right. So what happens if you want to get married, but yet no one wants to get married? Where's your right to marriage? It's gone. Because marriage, again, requires the participation of another person. But when it comes to contracts, and the Constitution only applying to government, your right to contract or not contract is unlimited. So that's all about your conscience. So if you want to conscientiously do something and people want to participate with you, fine. But on the flip side, it's equally the same thing. See, my body, my cock, yeah, exactly. Your body, your cock, her body, her vagina, your body, your choice. Bodily autonomy is a true right because what you put on or in your body or not on your body or not in your body does not require the participation of another person. It doesn't.
yeah, like if somebody chooses not to be a parent, and the man has a vasectomy or the woman has tubal ligation, she says, you know what? I already have 2 kids. That's it. I don't want any more. All right. She gets tubal ligation. Hey, she has a right to do that. You know, fertilized egg is a fertilized egg. You want to terminate the fertilized egg, which is conception. It's not a baby. It's a fertilized egg.
Exactly. And if they want to claim any sort of power and authority, then it only applies to government. The Constitution only applies to government. So anything you put in the Constitution only applies to government. Where in the federal Constitution or any of the 50 state constitutions does it say this restricts the power and authority and the rights and freedoms of the people? It doesn't say it anywhere because that's not the sole objective of a constitution. It's only to bind and restrict government to know what its power and authority is and isn't. Nothing more, nothing less. So when people want to say, oh, I have a constitutional right to this, constitutional right to that, you're putting yourself in a corner that you don't want to put yourself in. Because what happens if they amend the Constitution? Your constitutional right out the window. That's why it's better to say you have this as a natural, indefeasible right by virtue of being a sovereign. Big difference. So, again, abortion, not a true right, but then yet government has no power and authority over that. Same thing with marriage. No power and authority over marriage. Gun laws, no power and authority. Drug laws, no power and authority.
Ronnie, Damien has an official diploma as a constitutionist. He is a certified, or he graduated from training by a law firm to be a constitutionist. So he acquired that this spring actually, right? So anyway,
well, I can tell it's probably late for you, and you're wanting to go ahead and hop off, fix you a little something to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat the bratwurst and.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish the rest of my beer. I've only got about halfway through the 40. I mean, I can tell I'm a little buzzed. I could probably drive, but should I? I don't know.
Now, well, how much of the chicken do you have left? You have enough?
Yeah, I've got
to
about 6 wings and a half a basket of fries for later. So.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Well, it'll cushion that malt liquor.
Well, again, I've already ate, so this 140, it'll get me buzzed, but not drunk. So I'll probably enjoy this, have a buzz, maybe a little drunk for a couple hours, wind down, grab me something to eat, then I'll probably head to bed and sleep.
Yeah.
So
Now
probably
tomorrow you drive on Sunday?
yeah. So I'll be able to sleep this off. I'll be okay. Well, a 40 is like in beer math, it's 3 beers. It's 3 12-ounce beers and like another third of a 12-ounce can. So it's like 3 1/4 12 ounces, but in pints, it's 2 16-ounce pints and then half of a pint. So a 40 is like 2.5 pints of beer or 3 1/4 12 ounces. So nothing too crazy. And in fact, a lot of ways, I kind of like 40s because, like I say, if you just want to have just a beer or a bottle of beer, have you one of these. Because if you want to look at what a 40 ounce equates to, there actually is a name for a 40 ounce. It's called an imperial quart because it's a 1,183 milliliter bottle. So 1.183 liter bottle. And a regular quart is, well, apparently I found out there's actually 2 quarts. There's a regular quart, which is 946 mLs, and then a liter quart, which is, of course, 1,000 milliliters, which is 33.8 fluid ounces. So,
Well, we did a 4-hour. I and us both did a 4-hour and 6-minute show. So, I mean, there's no way we could cover the material that we cover in a half-hour or a 1-hour show.
Right.
It's just, especially when they all interconnect and flow into each other. You know, when you're not, what's the word, ad-libbing or whatever, when you're not, when it's not pre-planned, it can go from one interesting topic into the next. It just so happens the theme was tarot cards, and that was very complete.
Mm-hmm.
And then we didn't know that we were going to talk about sexuality, which was good. And you gave a beer lesson. And talk about fetishes, sexual fetishes. We got into that. Yeah, so it was interesting, you know. And then what happens is the banter naturally wears itself out because people start talking less, like we get silent, you know, and it's like that's enough. I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I'm tired, I don't have anything else to say, and that's it.
Yeah.
The show ends.
Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my 40 and then just chill out the evening.
Yeah, I'm not doing a show tomorrow. I'm gonna go to the park along the Hudson River, and it should be teeming with people. And I'm gonna go for all-you-can-eat sushi, and that's it.
All righty.
All right, because Monday's the Dragon Boat Festival in China, and this place makes the traditional dumpling that they make for the Dragon Boat Festival, called zongzi. It's spelled Zongzi, but it's pronounced zongzi. And it's I had it last year, but I only had one. But I'm going to see if I can get more. Anyway.
All right.